the meeting of the City Council for Monday, June 8th. May we all stand for the pledge to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you so much, everyone. All right, my colleagues, may I have a roll call, please, Madam City Clerk?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Present.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. All right, the next item on the agenda is presentations for this evening. We'll first start off with America Recycles Day bookmark contest winners, and I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Monica DeVincenti of Republic Services, please. Monica, are you with us?
I am. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes on your very packed agenda tonight. This is our third year that we are doing our America Recycles Day contest. We announced it, and the contest takes in 2019. With the city staff that we all thought we could all use some good news, something cute and fun. So we wanted to make sure that we recognize the hard work of the students in Daly City Elementary Schools who participated in this contest. This year we turned it into a bookmark contest instead of a poster contest because we thought we could then turn the marks, make copies of them, and have them in libraries throughout Daly.
Monica, I'm sorry, we're having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Monica, looks like you're frozen. Okay, looks like she's going to relog on, Stephen.
Yeah, and Mayor, we actually have Monica sent us the winners of the bookmark contest in advance, so we could make the announcement as she tries to rejoin here. Oh, here she is.
Okay, great.
She just rejoined.
Okay.
So I'll make it quick because I think I'm freezing out. We have our winners, our runner-up. I'll hold this up close. Was Stella, who can see that. Stella, is she on? So our fourth place winner will receive a, oh, there you go, perfect. $25 gift card for her beautiful bookmark. And we had a lot of fun with these. So that is Stella's entry. Third place goes to, oh, and I'm sorry, Stella was from Thomas Edison, third grade. Our third place winner is Caitlin Luong from Tobias Elementary. She is in second grade and she will receive a $50 gift card and a certificate of appreciation for her contest entry. And our second place winner is Isabella from Thomas Edison Elementary. She is in third grade. and she'll receive a $75 gift card as well as a certificate of appreciation. And finally, our first place winner is from Tobias Elementary again. It's Leon Prado, fourth grader from Tobias Elementary, and she'll receive a $100 gift card from us and a certificate of appreciation. And Leilani and Stephen can attest, picking the winners is very hard. We think they're all winners, but unfortunately, you know, the ones that place in this are the top 4. So we'll hope to share the rest of them with you guys at some point. So thank you all who joined the winners tonight.
Monica, thank you so much for what Republic does in recognizing our kids here in Daly City. Congratulations to Stella, Caitlin, Isabella, and Leanne. Great job. And I love those bookmarks so much. Are we going to be able to get a copy of those bookmarks, or are you going to have them made? And
I will have them laminated and make sure that everybody on the council gets them, as well as throughout the city. Stephen and Leilani.
Outstanding. And I'll open it up for my other council members. I see the vice mayor smiling there.
Okay, let me unmute myself. I just wanted to say congratulations to each and every one of you on that amazing artwork, and really being able to capture what we need to do to continue to make sure our earth thrives. And your artistry is amazing. Thank you for sharing all your talent with us, and just warm congratulations to each and every one of you. Keep up the amazing work, and you are our future. So thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I also want to echo and say that it's amazing that you guys were doing the artwork and such talent. Looking forward to putting the bookmarks and using them and sharing them with everyone. And just a little bit of happiness that you've all brought us tonight. It's amazing, and keep up the work, and thank you for caring about our earth, Mother Earth, and we'll be seeing you soon. And we'll be having more contests, I'm sure, from Monica. Thank you, Monica, as well. Thank you all. Great job. Congratulations.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd like to say something as well.
Dr. Rod.
Congratulations to all the students. Your work is commendable. I just want you to say that, you know, if we take care of the earth will take care of us. So thank you.
Wow, my final comment, is Ray on board? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ray. My last comment, again, thank you to all the kids. You know, I don't know when is the last time I opened up a book, but I guarantee you, when I get these bookmarks, I'm gonna pin them to my laptop. So every time I open that up, it'll be right there with me. Again, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, moving on. The next presentation would be proclaiming May 2020 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And in this particular case, who's going to take this Vice Mayor? Did you have the proclamation there, or Stephen, can you help the Vice Mayor? I know it's the Vice Mayor who did this.
I can share my screen with the proclamation if you want, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Would you like me to go over the proclamation?
Please,
Mayor?
please do.
So everyone, designating May 2020 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I'll read this. Whereas the month of May celebrates Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and recognizes the achievements and contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that enrich our nation. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have distinguished themselves in the arts, literature, and sports, they are leading researchers in science, medicine, and technology, dedicated teachers to our nation's children, innovative farmers and ranchers, and distinguished lawyers and government leaders. And whereas there are more than 20 million Asian American and Pacific Islanders in the United States, there are approximately 59,716 Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the city of Daly City, which accounts for 58.2% of the population in the city. Each day, through their actions, they make America more vibrant, more prosperous, and more secure. Our nation is particularly grateful to the many Asian American and Pacific Islanders who have served and currently serving in our armed forces, protecting the nation and promoting freedom and peace around the world. And whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, let us celebrate the many contributions our AAPI brothers and sisters have made to the American mosaic. And let us renew our commitment to creating more opportunities for our AAPI youth as they grow up and embrace the hard work of active citizenship, adding their unique voices and experiences to our nation's narrative. And therefore, Mayor Glenn Sylvester and the members of the City Council hereby proclaim Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and encourage all residents of Daly City to learn more about the Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage. And really, this opportunity, Mayor, is to highlight and give this proclamation to one of our most deserving community organizations, Pacific Islanders Together, who have been really on the forefront of giving back to our community, longstanding, and even in our most critical times with COVID-19, their work in giving back to the community, bringing people together with their annual events, and also just really a breath of commitment. And we'd like to give this proclamation to them this evening.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And I'll reserve comments for later. And do you have the recipients who's going to be receiving this tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I believe they are on the line.
Excellent. If I'm not mistaken, I like there Ms. Raina Meafua. Congratulations, Ms. Raina, and the floor is yours for any words of wisdom or hope, happiness. And
thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jocelyn Manalo. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Phil Alapati. We have a lot of our members that's on this forum. Phil, are you available to speak on behalf of Pacific Islands Together?
I was trying my best to diffuse this and not be able to unmute myself, but I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Hello, guys. My name is Phil Alapati. I'm a proud member of Pacific Islands Together. On behalf of our founder, Raina Meafua, our organization and community, we are grateful and humbly accept this proclamation award. We recognize the honor and we will be sure to do our best in servicing our community and people. Although our work is not for awards, we are sincerely thankful and we will show through our actions. Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you, Phil Alapati. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and our council members. Thank you and God bless you all.
Wow. It's indeed a pleasure. And as I've always reiterated, the initials PIT, Pacific Islanders Together, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, it is no doubt as to what they have done for our community and continue to do for our community. Phil Alapati, very good welcoming speech. I really appreciate it so much, and guaranteed in the future, we know that we will do more things with Pacific Islanders Together. I want to congratulate you and thank you so much for what you continue to do for our community, and not only Daly City, but setting the example for others to follow. Job well done. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor?
God bless.
Yes, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Yes, I'd just like to take just a moment and say that the impact of the PIT, it goes with your heart and your soul. And like they said, and Brother Phil says, they don't do it for the rewards, but to give them something that they recognize. And I want to also thank our mayor and vice mayor, because at our last council meeting, because we've been having some long meetings, it was at the end of, I believe it was at the last council meeting in May, and a little reminder that we had not done even our AAPI Heritage Month under such pressure, and we're able to do it in June, but it doesn't matter what the date is, it's the sentiment and the love that counts. So I want to thank Mayor, Vice Mayor for following through and making this, whether it's May, June, July, or August, it's all PIT month, and very humble to have them in the community. And I know who they serve, and they serve our community along with their spiritualness and love. And I want to thank all of them, and Teresa Fapour, if you're online, and Ruth and everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love each and every one of you. Thank you for all that you do. Also, thank you for coming out to Jefferson High School weekly and having the certificate ceremony for all our volunteers that come out and serve weekly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless.
You're more than welcome. Okay, any other comments from council?
I'll say a little bit, Mayor.
Yes.
I want to say congratulations to Pacific Islanders Together. I hope this this recognition allows our community to study the experiences of Pacific Islanders, especially in terms of like what's going on in terms of like climate change and land, and to learn about our experiences of Pacific Islanders. We rarely get to learn it in our public schools, and I think when we understand the experiences of Pacific Islanders, we get to understand their connection to land, to the water, to the air, and what it means in terms of how it serves us, and how it's really important in terms of like what's going on in terms of climate change. So thank you for all the work, and I encourage folks out there in community to start learning about these experiences.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rod. I'd like to thank Councilmember Di Giovanni. I know during the pandemic, you have spent a tremendous amount of time at the food distribution run by Ms. Reina Mayafua and the PIT. We're talking about twice a week, over 2,400 meals every week. And
I don't know what happened.
Councilmember Di Giovanni, you've been there to assist and to basically set the example for all of us. So I want to thank you there. And to Vice Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, thank you for your involvement and staying involved with PIT and Jefferson High School. I know it's your alma mater, and you have a rooted passion. And it's good to know that Ms. Reyna, she can call upon you, and basically call upon any of us, and we'd always be there. So without, especially you two, I think you're helping to make this grow and spread the love throughout our whole community in Daly City. So Ms. Reyna, my hat's off to you. Keep doing what you're doing, and we wish you continued success, the best of luck.
Thank you.
And we love you.
Thank you, Reina, PIT, and Phil, everyone that's online. I see a lot of you on here. Thank you so much for your dedication and love to our community.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, well, we have a long meeting, so we won't feel offended if you folks leave. So thank you so much.
You.
You have a great evening. All right, moving on. The item is a Daly City Pride flag raising event.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. And what I'd like to do is turn it over to Stephen. And Stephen, you can give us a prelude and you, please.
So tonight, we just want to share with our community because the event was closed to the public because of safety precautions. But we put together a really nice highlight video of the Daly City Pride flag raising event. It was our first time ever raising this flag at City Hall, and the video turned out really nice. So I will just play it right now.
The city of Daly City is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for all LGBTQ people in our diverse community.
I know that the LGBTQ movement did not come to these moments without action, speaking out, and fighting for equity and justice. Today, we continue to fight for all forms of equality. As I speak, there is unrest across the nation and globe with racial inequities and injustice. In Daly City, it does not matter where you come from, the color of your skin, and who you love.
This flag is a symbol of protest. It's a symbol of the Stonewall uprisings in New York. And when we raise this flag, it's not just us making us feel good, but to understand the struggle and oppression that has otherized different people. And it still continues today.
I appreciate your heart, your kindness, and to the community, we love and stand with you, and equality forever, and we will continue on.
We know that this Pride Month will look different than many Pride Months that have immediately preceded it, but we also know that our community is marked by resilience, and we will make it through this.
It sends an important message to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual people that the leadership of this city wants to celebrate our diversity and ensure that everyone feels welcome and valued here, no matter how we present our gender identity and no matter who we love.
I'm kind of lost for words at this time. Whoever put that video together, it's like a documentary. It should be a documentary. Excuse me, Stephen, I want the link to that video. And I really appreciate it. I think this marks an important landmark in Daly City's history, as this was the first time ever it's been raised. And without a second thought, we commend the diversity and will support the diversity of our city here in Daly City. And again, kudos to Vice Mayor Justin Allo, who kind of pushed this to the forefront to make it happen. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Vice Mayor Manalo.
Thank you, Mayor Sylvester, and really thankful to the staff that stepped up to, have the event and really right away be able to still continue to honor Pride Month, even though we are in shelter in place. But this is a momentous time in Daly City's history to really honor those in our community, and really should not feel shame but welcomed, and know that this is a city that accepts all. And I feel very proud with my colleagues and the staff to be able to do this. And as I mentioned, it was very long overdue, but we have a council together that understands the need to do this now. And so thank you so much to each and every one of you, and we'll continue to honor on an annual basis. So thank you, Mayor Sylvester, and really all of the hard work the staff was able to do. And also want to acknowledge the residents and the advocates that had reached out and really it would have happened if it wasn't for them reaching out, which is the commissioners from San Mateo County, uh, you know. And so it's important to hear from our community, and we just responded, and we know it's definitely the right thing to do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there any other comments before we move on?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make mine real short. I just
Sure.
want to say it's a step forward with inclusiveness. It's not just a flag, but it's just like something that's been overdue. And for all the kind words, it's to let the people know that Daly City, as you said in your remarks, this is what we stand for here, and let it be known by that day was a symbol, and we will continue to make more marks and make more inclusiveness and let people know we are Daly City and we are inclusive. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember DeGiovanni. All right.
Can I say real quick too, Mayor?
Dr. Rod, please do.
Yeah. Again, I just want to applaud the staff for producing a wonderful video. I think it captured the heart, the essence, and the passion of that day. Unfortunately, because we're under the pandemic, there's not a lot of folks that were able to make it because it was against ordinances right now. But hopefully next year we could have it open to the public and have a bigger celebration.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. Okay, moving on. The next item is a commendation for exemplary service during the pandemic. And I will turn this over to staff to Stephen. Will you take this and explain?
Sure. So I know you all like that Pride video. Well, the person who actually created it and edited it was one of our own staff members. His name is Justin Yap. Wow. He has been working with the city manager's office really since our first weekly PSA video with you, Mayor. And he's been an amazing asset for us during this time because video is really the wave of the future, and it came very quickly upon us with the pandemic, and he really stepped up and has produced some amazing videos. Another big one he did was the Public Service Recognition Week video from a couple council meetings ago, which was also turned out really amazing. He's got a really great skill set in videography, so we're lucky to have him, and we just wanted to recognize him here. Unfortunately, he was not able to make the council meeting tonight, but I let him know that he can watch the video online and that we'll give him his commendation when he comes in for the next video.
Thank you, Mr. Stolpe. I definitely agree. I had no idea that, well, until you found Mr. Yap, I mean, the work that he's done, the friendly reminders to come in and make sure we do the PSA, which is, I think, all you're doing as well, but the coordination, you and the rest of staff, word cannot explain how the combination of all these skills and the collaboration amongst all and the support from the rest of council really makes Daly City shine. And we are definitely on the map, and people are really looking as to, well, what are they doing? Why are they doing it? And they say flattery is the ultimate form of flattery. Well, you folks are making it happen. So thank you so much, Justin. It's really appreciated. I always look forward to seeing you, and keep up the great work. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, Justin, if you see this later, or if you see the recording, or you're watching from home, just want to say thank you for all your hard work and really your creativity and skill. And it's really amazing to see what you can put together and produce for the city of Daly City. So your work is deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments?
Hey, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor, but thank you again. Yeah, again, because I know he might be watching. And Stephen, you always, we always have great people here to recognize him. Especially during the pandemic, he's so professional. He does it with his heart. You can tell with the high level. We are very, very lucky to have him. And thank you, Justin. And hopefully we'll see you at the next meeting and at some time in the future. And we'll be doing more videos as well. Spectacular, spectacular. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Is into approval of minutes for the regular meeting of May 11th. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Number first, is there a second? Second by Councilmember DiGiovanni. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the minutes have passed. The next item is the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the agenda.
First.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? That is passed. The next item is the consent agenda. And looks like we have, quite a few items. Oh my goodness, 28 items on the consent agenda. And I'll entertain a motion if anybody wants to pull any particular item for further discussion or information or any other.
Yep, go ahead, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Hey, go ahead.
Councilmember DiGiovanni. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, this is just for a short, just because of recognition of the item number 6 in the recognition that we're going to reappoint these 3 amazing people on our bicycle pedestrian.
Okay.
And item number 7 on what was done by our public works and safe routes to school. And that is it.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Vice Mayor?
I was gonna move forward with approving the consent agenda with any items any council members would like to approve, pull.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there is a request to pull item number 18. Just to request a continuance to a date certain.
Please. Okay, number 18, got it.
And then just for the record, item number 5 did receive a public comment that is just noted for the record. I believe the council might have received a copy of it.
Item number 5, so shall we pull that and we can enlighten us?
I'm just noting it for the record that there was a public comment that was submitted.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, any other items on the consent agenda for consideration to be pulled? Okay, Vice Mayor, would you go, I'll make the motion then to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 6, 7, and 18.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 And okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the consent agenda is approved and we'll go on, we'll start with item number 6 on the consent agenda and I'll turn that over to Council Member DiGiovanni.
Well, I just thought we'd take the time because our Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee members that were reapproving tonight, Goodman, Henry Martinez, and Alan, that people, this is something that's under, we don't see too much of them, but they're always there and they're very instrumental in our city. And I'm sure that this gives an opportunity for my colleagues to also thank them for their duty and service. It's not a commission, but it is a committee. Well, with their backgrounds, they really have pretty amazing backgrounds. So with that, I turn it over to Richard Chu and back to the mayor, and then give other colleagues a chance to recognize our great Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and looking forward to them continuing serving.
Thank you, Councilmember Di Giovanni. Mr. Chu?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Di Giovanni. This item is to reappoint 4 members to the Daly City Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The 4 reappointments are Rachel Goodman, Henry Martinez, Sami, and Alan Yu. The recommendation is to reappoint them to a new term expiring on June 30th, 2022. And as Councilmember Di Giovanni mentioned, they all have pretty extensive backgrounds. Rachel Goodman is a contract analyst in Millbrae, and she was previously involved in the Walk San Francisco. And so she brings a lot to the table in regards to pedestrian accommodations and things that were done in San Francisco. Henry Martinez, he's a resident Daly City for 15 years. He's gone through the Citizens Academy, and he part-time bikes as his form of commute. And he has been with the BPAC since 2021. She's lives in Daly City for 7 years. She's very interested in improving the safety for bicyclists and pedestrians. She's involved in the conflict engagement initiative as a leadership team member, and she's been on BPAC since March of 2018. And then finally, Alan Yu, he's works for the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, SFMTA, as a traffic engineer. He brings some of the technical sides to it. He's also heavily involved in trying to implement bike facilities and pedestrian improvements. Lived in Daly City for 24 years and has been on the BPAC since January of 2019. There's no fiscal impact as a result of this recommendation. And so that concludes the presentation. Be happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chu. I'd like to thank Councilmember Di Giovanni also for acknowledging these folks. You know, we're all interconnected in some way, shape, or form, and I'm sure Councilmember Di Giovanni will agree with me that I'm sure they also played an important role in Daly City's new Vision Zero plan that's about to come into effect, which also included bicycle pedestrian safety. So I wish to acknowledge all of those who participated, and I look forward to having council approve their reappointments to the commission. Okay, are there any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you for all the dedication to the BPAC committee members and your contribution to really creating safer streets and pedestrian and cyclists, and putting work into this, and really being able to give your time. And it's amazing to see you want to continue to work, and we thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none, I would like to make the motion for item number 6 on the consent agenda to approve the reappointment of the committee members to the BPAC committees. Is there a second? Okay, second. Second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, to item number 7 on the consent agenda, notice of completion of the Westlake Elementary School Green Streets Improvement Project. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Yeah, I would thought it also to be taken to show the interconnectivity that our city has with our elementary schools and the projects that are unveiled that Mr. Chu was in charge of, which has a great input with our engineers and department heads, and especially Mr. Chu. And thank the engineers. And then Mr. Chu, if you don't mind explaining, it also has an environmental component that the children will use for education at that site, as well as safety. Thank you, Mr. Chu, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then that way, we would like to thank our Westlake School. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. As a council member mentioned, this is a very unique project. It's the Westlake Elementary School Green Street project. This was a project in which we went out and received grant funding to do. And the project has multiple components to it. It's a relatively small project, but it accomplishes a lot of things. And some of the things that it does is provides a safe route for students to get to Westlake Elementary School. It increases the safety by doing some curb extensions to the crosswalk. It also installed ADA ramps to accommodate all users. And finally, there's a stormwater component to it. The curb extensions allowed for the installation of green infrastructure, which allowed for the treatment of stormwater. And this grant was specifically released for safe routes and green infrastructure. And so we were fortunate enough to submit applications. We actually submitted 2 applications, and one of them got approved, which was the Westlake Elementary Green Street Improvement Project. So in February of 2019, the council did award the project to FDB Vanguard Construction of Livermore. The amount was $199,762. This project, basically, it was, for the most part, completed in August of last year. However, because of the landscape maintenance period, it was not closed out at that time. And so now the project is ready to be closed out. The 6-month landscape maintenance period has been completed. Some of the landscaping material that needed to be replaced has been done. And so now staff is recommending that the project be accepted and a notice of completion be recorded. This project was designed by in-house staff. It was managed by in-house staff, and they did the construction management as well. One other thing worth noting is that this project was finished without any change orders at all. So it was a very successful project, and it's gonna provide some good information in terms of future similar types of projects in terms of green infrastructure. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, and I like that. Without any, now I forget the word, cost overruns, or I guess it was planned correctly and it came out, looks like right on time and right on budget. So, oh, cost overruns, that's the word. So outstanding job. Do we have any other comments from anyone else? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to obtain a motion to approve this particular item, item number 7 on the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 7.
We got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Rod. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Gladly aye. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. The next item to be discussed. Thank you, Mr. Chu, and thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 18 on the agenda, which is contract to replace Juniper Sierra Well. And
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff would request a continuance to a date certain to June 22nd. We received some information that we'd like to add to the packet prior to approval.
thank you, Madam City Attorney. Any questions for the City Attorney on the request for continuance? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. I'll make that motion that we continue this item to the 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember DiGiovanni. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that matter has been approved and takes care of the consent agenda. Okay, moving on to item number 31, redevelopment Midway Village Housing Complex. This is a general plan amendment GPA-05-19-14054. Now, at this particular time, we do have a person on the line. So we want to be cognizant who is a little hearing impaired, but you'll probably get a comment later on. So with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Longhausen, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Sylvester, members of the City Council. I need to share screen. Stephen, I think it's disabled.
Just allowed it, so you should be able to try again right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the Midway Village redevelopment project, 45 Midway Drive. It's a general plan amendment, major subdivision, and design review. This item went before the Planning Commission in May and is now before the City Council for consideration. I think we all know where the Midway Village site is. It's located essentially in the city's Bayshore neighborhood on Schwerin Street at the end of Martin Street, Partridge Street, and Attilia Street. The slide on the screen shows the project in the context of that area. And just to familiarize the council members with the streets, this is Schwerin, Martin Street here, and Attilia, Partridge is, I believe, here. Attilia is here, this area. And this shows what the site would look at full build out. And what the council is considering tonight is actually the approval of the master plan for the redevelopment of Midway Village and the phase 1 development. And so we are considering that now. Tonight is the master plan in phase 1, rather, excuse me. The project overview is the replacement of the existing 150 unit affordable rental housing complex on a 11.25 acre site developed by the San Mateo County Housing Authority in the mid 1970s. The applicants, Mid-Peninsula Housing and the County of San Mateo, they're actually co-applicants, are proposing to construct a new mixed-use development consisting of 555 affordable residential units in the following configuration: 20 for sale townhouses, 49 for rent townhomes, and 486 rental apartment units. The development would consist of 7 apartment buildings, 4 walk-up flat buildings, and approximately 70 townhouses in a mix of standalone and connected buildings. The development also includes a new childcare facility, community center, office space for property management, and recreational facilities and a revised street system. And very important to the city is the relocation of David R. Rowe Park, which is presently exists and is in need of a lot of work to make it a little more, to make it more functional. That would be relocated and reconstructed in a new location on Schwerin Street. These are some of the existing site photos. taken looking eastward into the existing Midway Village housing complex. These are some of the photos provided by the applicant. Some of these show the David Rowe Park on the top, some of the existing photos of the housing complex. The required project entitlements include certification of a sustainable communities environmental assessment in accordance with CEQA, an improvement of an amendment to the city's general plan because the existing location of David Rowe Park is presently designated and it requires it to be essentially, general plan designations need to be flipped to allow residential where the park is located, where it's designated as a park on the general plan. And then the new park location is currently designated as a residential use, and that needs to be redesignated to allow for a park. Also required is the approval of a major subdivision creating 20 parcels for the for sale townhomes, 3 parcels for the for rent townhomes, 5 parcels for the 486 rental apartment units, 3 parcels for the private internal streets serving the project, 1 parcel for the community center, and 1 parcel for the relocated park site. Also, the applicant has proposed or has requested entitlement for design review of the first phase of the project. So there are various phases in the project, and subsequent phases would go to the design review committee, but the first phase would be, should the city council desire to do so, approved tonight. And the first phase includes the construction of buildings A1 and A2, which comprise 147 apartment units, 381 parking spaces, and a 5-level parking garage, all located within building A. The city council would also be considering approval of state density bonus law standards waiver as described in the general plan and zoning, consistent with what's identified in the staff report. And again, design review committee approval would be required for remaining phases of the project. This is the existing site plan. This is Schwerin Street and Martin Street here. The current driveway configuration is essentially in a courtyard arrangement. The applicants proposed some changes to that, of course, and we'll go through what those are. But this is the existing site plan. The child care services building is located here along Midway Drive. So the image is actually flipped from the previous existing. This is the proposed site plan with Schwerin Street on the top. And the applicants essentially proposed a grid street system that continues from, for example, Partridge continues through into the site. And there are also other streets that connect in a grid street system as opposed to the sort of cul-de-sac arrangement of the existing site plan. The first phase is located in this area. You can see my mouse, building A, building A2. The site plan includes, again, some for sale townhomes, which are located on Martin Street. And then the relocated Bayshore Park is located off Schwerin Street. And as identified in the staff report, the staff feels this is a much more ideal location for the park. It's closer to the neighborhood that it serves to the west, as well as Bayshore Elementary School, which is located up the street to the north of the project site. The next few slides show some of the site circulation. This is the existing circulation, again, as I mentioned, in a sort of a cul-de-sac arrangement. The proposed street system is grid street system. There are some raised crossings to enhance pedestrian safety. This slide just shows, again, vehicular access. Kind of gets into some detail about on-street parking that's provided inside the site. So these streets, even though they won't be public streets, do provide on-street parking in addition to the parking spaces that would be located in the project's garages rather. And this slide shows some of the parking arrangement.
Mhm.
This is the off-street parking arrangement, showing the parking arrangement inside the project's garages. This is building A here. And there's also a garage inside building D, I believe it is here. So two main garages that would provide all the off-street parking. One of the things of note here is that these parking garages are actually constructed inside the behind building A. This garage is anyway. So it's the construction type is such that it would allow for parking spaces to be located behind units. So it doesn't actually look like a parking structure, at least from the west. And the same is true of the other garage along Street A. This slide shows bicycle parking. We provided a slide for parking overview. The City Council should note that since the project went to the Planning Commission, the applicant and the city have been having a conversation about the requirement to avoid a stormwater line. And that has resulted in the revised request by the applicant to waive 10 parking spaces because the garage A needed to, or the garage inside building A1 needed to shrink a little bit. So there is a 10 parking space waiver request, but in the context of 600 parking spaces, it's a fairly negligible request, and we recommended its approval. But anyway, walking through the parking requirement, there are a variety of affordability types that are provided in the project, and the zoning code actually allows for differing parking reductions based on whether the parking is for non-age restricted and age restricted affordability. And essentially, the applicant has proposed all of the parking spaces that are required by the zoning ordinance, given the 25 and 75% parking reductions that are mandated by the zoning, or allowed for rather by the zoning ordinance, for non-age restricted and age restricted affordable housing. Now, of course, the 10 space waiver is a variation or deviation rather from total compliance with the zoning ordinance requirement. But again, it is a negligible request, and we are recommending approval of it. So 666 parking spaces required after affordability reductions, and all of those aside from the 10 are being provided. This does not include parking for the park. The park would provide its own parking, and the townhouses fronting Martin Street would also provide 2 parking spaces per each one of those units. And again, the design of those townhouses would be reviewed by the Design Review Committee in a subsequent Design Review Committee hearing. The applicant has gone through quite a bit of effort to ensure that the existing residents of Midway Village are not displaced during construction. And there's been a very thoughtful and careful demolition plan and phasing plan put together for the redevelopment of Midway Village. And that's described in some detail in the staff report, as well as the applicant's submittal materials, and we won't go through it in a whole lot of detail here. But essentially, the idea is to start building. Let's see if the subsequent slide is to start building the first phase of development here in building A, which includes the parking garage, and building A2. So this would be built first, and then once constructed, the residents of the Midway Village who live in the balance of the site would be able to move into these 2 buildings. And then demolition could begin on the subsequent phases or subsequent phases of the project. And so the whole intent here is, of course, that that no resident would have to live somewhere else while construction was occurring. So the applicant can speak to that if the council members have any questions about that. But again, a very careful phasing plan for construction and demolition has been developed and would be implemented upon construction, the commencement of construction. This slide shows the different types of units that would be built in the project. Again, the unit type varies from traditional sort of apartment buildings, and we'll take a look at some perspective drawings of what the applicants proposed. It includes townhomes in the yellow, and the townhomes have been situated in a location that provides a transition of density. So single family detached homes across Schwerin Street and Martin Street, which are under construction as part of the Toll Brothers. And the applicants proposed townhomes in these locations to try and provide a transition of density. And then as the development moves more toward the central part of the site, it becomes more dense with walk-up apartments and traditional type of apartments. So this again shows the building typology. The applicants proposed, again, a community center here and a mixed-use building here, which consists of the Child Development Center and residential. So to provide the council with some sort of an idea of the quality of architecture that we might see, because again, we're tonight only considering phase one. The applicant wanted to provide David Baker Architects as the architect on this. They've done a very good job of working with the staff and providing some sort of an idea of what we might see in terms of design quality, because of course that's very important. And we aren't approving all of the designs tonight. Again, the design review committee would take a look at that at a later time, aside from phase one. But these are the different building typologies that we might see. Again, contemporary type architecture. And that's sort of what we're seeing prevalent in the Bay Area now in terms of high quality construction. And that's what we would see at this site. So these are the types of apartment buildings we might see. This is the architectural quality of townhomes we might see. And this is consistent with the architectural qualities of, for example, the detached homes that were approved as part of the Point Martin 1 and 2 subdivisions. They're consistent with what we see being constructed right now at Sarah Bowl. Again, contemporary architecture, very clean lines. We've kind of moved away from the Spanish tile look that was more prevalent 15 or 20 years ago into this sort of contemporary look and feel of buildings. These are some of the building heights that we would see at the project. Again, townhouses being lower at the project periphery, and then some of the taller buildings at the site interior. And we can go through this if council members would like to. I won't go into too much detail about it. This is the open spaces within the project. The applicants has strived to provide centralized open spaces inside the project that serve the buildings that the open space is surrounded by. Of course, this is the community center here in the dark green, and the relocated park is the big green area here. This is the landscape plan. Kind of reflects what the open space looks like. So tonight, again, the City Council would be approving the architectural design of phase one, and that's shown here. So this is building A and building A1. Just to orient the council, this is Schwerin Street here where my mouse is pointing. This is the relocated park. And so this is the first thing that would be constructed, and then residents from the balance of Midway Village, existing Midway Village, would move into these units. And once they've moved in, then demolition and construction would start on the subsequent phases. So this provides kind of a bird's eye view of what I've been describing. So phase one architecture, since we are considering the architecture tonight, again, contemporary type architecture, the use of score lines to provide visual interest on the building, color, push and pull on the facade of the building to try and provide visual interest. And we can see there's a lot of articulation, taller window or floor plates, ceiling plates at the first floor on this building. So again, strong architectural qualities, as we can see here. Another perspective drawing David Baker provided. It's phase one architecture. A good use of brown. It's introduced. It's a nice color contrasting with the white siding. It's a very attractive design. coupled with very attractive landscaping. It's just another perspective of the drawing. This perspective drawing shows some of the interface of automobile and pedestrian uses, and it's just something worth highlighting, how the site actually does accommodate bicycles very well, in addition to people walking, as well as, of course, vehicular traffic. And that's been given a lot of consideration throughout the site planning process. This would be building A1, I believe, the view from the relocated park. And here's a project rendering. It shows all of the buildings once constructed. This is the PG&E facility, Schwerin Street here, Martin Street in this area. These are some aerials to provide the council with what the project would look like from above, just to provide sort of a feeling for the bulk and mass of the building, of the buildings rather. So they are taller buildings and they're apartment type buildings, and but again, the use of varied forms and open spaces, as well as different roof forms, does provide visual interest for an accumulation of buildings on the site. So the applicant has requested some waivers under state density bonus law that would be approved by the council tonight if chose to do so. Before I go into those, I wanted to also mention, before I forget to do so, that the applicants requested a waiver of the park and lieu fees that's identified in the staff report. The applicant's contention is, of course, that this is a 100% affordable housing development and needs all the financial assistance that it can receive from the city council. It's notable that the park and lieu fees only apply to the subdivided townhouses. So the vast majority of the units in the proposal actually don't require the payment of park and lieu fees. So the council, if it chose to do so, would only be waiving the park and lieu fees for the for sale townhouses. So that's just something that's worth noting. So with that, we'll get into the waiver requests under state density bonus law. And I'll just go through these very quickly. There would be a waiver of height from 36 to 60 feet to accommodate the 4-story buildings that are on the project site. The front setback under R3 zoning would be, in some locations, reduced to 0. As I've indicated, some of the buildings provide a 5-foot setback from adjacent parcels to provide a transition from lower density to higher density. The minimum lot size would be lowered from 3,000 square feet to 1,100 square feet per unit in the townhouse area, in the townhouses. Front yard setback would be lowered from 15 feet to 8 feet, I believe, in that area and possibly in some others. The minimum lot width would be lowered from 33 feet to 20 feet. The maximum lot coverage would be raised from 50% to 70%, and the maximum height would be raised from 30 feet to 55 feet. So these are the waivers that the applicant has requested under state density bonus law, in addition to the 10 parking space waiver that was added to the request post planning commission. The applicants proposed an amendment to the general plan. There's no need to change the zoning for the site. It's just a general plan amendment. The Midway Village is designated as residential high density under the city's general plan, allowing up to 50 units per acre. And that on an 11.75 acre property equates to 587 units. So 555 are proposed. So it's well within the density allowance. As I'd mentioned previously, the relocation of the park requires an amendment to the city's general plan. The park is currently designated as a park facility and needs to be changed to residential, and vice versa for the location of the new park sites. Designated residential needs to be designated as a park facility. So the general plan amendment is required. The existing Midway Village and Park are both zoned R3. There's no requirement to amend the zoning. The zoning allows the residential development at the proposed density. In fact, allows over 1,000 units if we look at the zoning ordinance strictly. Of course, the general plan actually regulates how many units can be constructed on the site, but the zoning actually does allow, again, over 1,000 units. So the proposal is well beneath what the zoning actually allows. The city council, should it choose to do so, would also be approving a subdivision map that includes the townhouses as well as parcels for the residential buildings themselves. This is necessary for financing purposes. The city's park site needs to be, of course, subdivided off from the development, because the city's going to own that at some point. And this is the reason for, these are the reasons for the subdivision map the council would be considering tonight. And we won't go through these, but the zoning ordinance requires that the planning commission make findings for approving the subdivision. They're outlined in the findings section of the staff report. The environmental review that's been conducted pursuant to CEQA for this project is a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, otherwise known as a SKIA. It's somewhat similar to what we traditionally see, which is a mitigated neg deck. But this is allowed in certain priority development areas, such as where the project site is located, allows for some streamlining of environmental review, but a very thorough environmental review nonetheless. We've outlined in the staff report. Of course, the site is and has undergone some remediation for soil, and that would continue in the future. The state of California Department of Toxic Control, DTSC, has jurisdiction over the site and ongoing monitoring of the removal or capping of any sort of contaminant that exists there. But anyway, with regard to this, the SKIA, mitigation measures were identified in the environmental document. This document was distributed to the council members in advance of tonight's meeting for review. The mitigation measures include those related to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gases, hazards and hazardous materials, noise and vibration, and traffic, public services, and of course, transportation. So again, those there's a mitigation monitoring report that was prepared for the project that's also subject to council review and consideration and adoption. And of course, all of the environmental review has been vetted by the city staff. It was prepared by Stantec, a consultant that worked for the city in reviewing the environmental impacts of this project. And it was found that the project's impacts could be mitigated to a level of insignificance. As it stated previously, the Planning Commission reviewed the project in May and is recommending the City Council take the following actions: certify the SKIA that I had discussed in the previous slide, approve the amendments to the general plan relocating David R. Rowe Park, approve the major subdivision for the 20 parcels and the other subdivisions, other parcels that were described previously, approve the design review for the architectural character of phase 1, which is buildings A1 and A2, which include 147 apartment units and 381 parking spaces. Has approved the state density bonus law development waivers as described in the staff report and in this presentation. And yeah, that's essentially it. If there's any questions, the staff can answer those now or later. The applicants, which again are Mid-Penn Housing and the County of San Mateo, are going to give a brief presentation after mine. And the council, if it would like to do so, can wait till after that presentation or ask any questions that the council members may have at this time, whichever you choose.
Thank you, Mr. Longhausen, and again for the presentation. Well done. I think if it would please the rest of the council that we see the presentations and we can gather our questions to ask afterwards, if that's okay with you all.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, I'm not hearing any negatives. So Mr. Longhausen, go ahead and introduce your first person for your the applicant.
Yes, so Matt Lewis. Is it going to be you, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let me stop share screen.
Before Matt begins, it's my understanding that you may have a letter from Supervisor Canepa. If you can hold off on that letter, and you'll be more than happy to present it to us during public comment.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think my share screen's turned off.
Okay, we'll share mine. Good evening, Mayor Sylvester and council members. My name is Matt Lewis. I'm a senior project manager with Mid-Penn Housing. First, I wanted to start by thanking Michael and Tatum and the rest of the staff at the City of Daly City for all your hard work, especially during these challenging times recently. And I also want to thank the City Council for accommodating us with this virtual meeting. I have a few other team members here with me to answer your questions. My colleagues at Mid-Penn, including Director of Development Abby Potlori and Chief Real Estate Development Officer Jan Linenthal. And we've invited Daniel Simons with David Baker Architects and Brett Walensky with Hexagon Transportation Consultants to answer your questions as well. Start things off, I have here some additional images of the current conditions at Midway Village. Altogether, it's a 15-acre site with 150 apartments, a childcare center, and David R. Rowe Park. I'm going to let Janet Stone from the County of San Mateo tell you a little bit more about the project and how it came into being and our respective roles in the redevelopment. And then I'll take you through some additional aspects of our proposal for both the master plan and the first phase design. So with that, I'll turn it over to Janet.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As was mentioned previously, Midway Village consists of 150 aging townhome style apartments. It was built by the Housing Authority back in the 1970s on 12 acres of land that was acquired from the Navy. About 5 years ago, in 2015, the Housing Authority and the County of San Mateo began to envision how we could redevelop the Midway Village affordable housing complex. The vision that we had was to replace the aging buildings and at the same time add additional affordable housing, all within a beautifully designed new community. We also started a conversation at that time with the city, the Bayshore Elementary School District, and the Bayshore Child Development Center about how could we jointly accomplish what I refer to as a win-win-win situation. That is incorporating a new child care center, incorporating other community amenities, and finally providing a more accessible city park, all as part of the master plan. So in 2017, the Housing Authority issued a request for proposals, and Mid-Penn was selected as our affordable housing partner to redevelop the entire site, including Midway Village, Bayshore Park, and the Child Care Center. We have a tremendous amount of confidence in Mid-Penn's ability to redevelop the site and then to continue on as the manager and services provider. The Housing Authority, it should be said, will retain ownership of the land and will lease the property to Mid-Penn under a long-term ground lease, while Mid-Penn will own the improvements and operate the new Midway Villages. So the Housing Authority will remain part of this development through being the landowner. And I'm going to turn it back to Matt now.
Thank you, Janet. Just a little bit of background on Mid-Penn Housing. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer founded in 1970 and based in Foster City. we've developed over 8,000 affordable apartments all around the Bay Area. And we have 2,000 under our management in San Mateo County. We have one property in Daly City, that's Sweeney Lane Apartments, which we opened in 2017. We also provide property management and resident services ourselves, and we're long-term owners. We don't sell our properties, and so we're really deeply invested in the communities where we develop. After we were selected as the county's development partner at the end of 2017, we began an extensive outreach program. We reached out to both the residents already living at Midway Village and the residents of the surrounding neighborhood. We've met periodically with neighborhood stakeholders, in particular the Bayshore Friendship Senior Club, Bayshore Elementary School, Peninsula Family Services, which operates the child care center on site, and Saddleback and Summit Ridge HOAs. In the process, we got a better understanding of the neighborhood context, and we had the opportunity to present our plans to these stakeholders prior to submitting them formally to the city. In November last year, we had a well-attended open house with the entire neighborhood invited. It was hosted at Bayshore Elementary School, and approximately 60 neighbors attended, and this is what's pictured here. We've incorporated many of the suggestions that we received from neighbors, such as on building heights and on on-site parking. And we've also worked closely with city staff on the configuration of the new David R. Rowe or Bayshore Park. We collaborated on that prior to submitting our plans for it formally. We've solicited extensive input from current Midway Village residents. Over the last 2 years, we've met with 76 of the 150 households there, one-on-one, face-to-face. And then we facilitated 4 large group meetings to get direct input into the plans. Everyone was really generous with their time and provided valuable feedback. We heard a real interest in maintaining the village-like character of the community. And at the same time, we heard that there's also a need to improve on things like security and the amenities for the seniors who've aged in place at Midway, just to name a few. At resident requests, we've maximized the quantity of rental townhomes, included private decks and stoops, and equipped all apartments with in-unit washers and dryers. At the four large group meetings with Midway Village residents, we had about 100 residents participate in each one. And one activity, which is pictured here, they provided comments on architectural examples that we could draw from for the new buildings. And in another meeting, they got into groups and created model site plans, which are pictured here. We used these to inform the site plan that we're proposing now. In the plan that we developed with all of this input, we proposed replacing the 150 existing apartments and adding 385 new apartments and 20 homeownership townhomes. The density is consistent with the current zoning's density maximums. We're not requesting a zoning change. We only need a general plan amendment, and that's only regarding the location of David R. Rowe Park and its replacement. It's unrelated to the proposed housing. And our vision is for a vibrant community that's affordable to a range of household incomes. We'll also have housing for special needs groups such as seniors, formerly homeless people, other clients of county services. Qualifying incomes for a family of 4, for example, will range from $48,000 a year to $128,000 a year. And then we'll have 20 affordable for sale townhomes and a leasing preference for Daly City teachers and school employees for a portion of the units. Our plan is to have multiple phases of development, as Michael described. We are proposing that the first phase be built on the parkland. That way we avoid doing any residential demolition before the new apartments are built. And all current Midway Village residents can remain in their apartments until their new apartments are complete. And in the first phase, we'll move 60 of the existing households, the current residents of Midway Village, into that phase. And then there'll be a portion of the remaining Midway Village residents that move into each subsequent phase. Our site plan includes a, one second. Our site plan includes a mix of low-scale building types and abundant open spaces. Townhomes ring the site along Martin and Schwerin streets to match the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And there are several 3 to 4 story apartment buildings further away from the public streets in order to avoid impacting neighbors. And we've also located them in the lower lying portions of the site to do the same. We'll build a brand new expanded childcare center, and then we'll relocate David R. Rowe Park to be more inviting and closer to Bayshore School. We'll create a central hub for residents here around a community building and open space. And the new street layout will make the community more walkable and less isolated from its surroundings. We recognize the importance of maintaining the current scale of the community, so the heights of the new buildings will range between 2 and 4 stories with the lower scale townhomes along the edges. We've heard about security concerns in the neighborhood, so we'll make sure to have things like security cameras and better street lighting. We've also heard concerns about the scarcity of on-street parking. So we did a parking study and came up with a parking plan for the 735 spaces we're proposing. So this results in a ratio of about 1.25 spaces for every apartment. And based on that study and our experience at other similarly located affordable housing developments, we believe this will be enough to meet the need for resident parking. Most parking will be provided in 2 garages, but there'll also be parking for residents on the private streets, as well as parking for drop-off and pickups for the childcare center and guest parking on those private streets. Finally, we've heard a lot of interest in providing affordable homeownership opportunities and educator housing, so we've committed to making those signs happen as well. In terms of the public amenities we're proposing, we're excited to be laying the groundwork for a new, more accessible David R. Rowe Park. We're providing the city with the land for the new park, including the grading and the utilities, so the park can be built quickly. We'll be contributing a new and improved childcare center. It'll have expanded capacity, replace a dilapidated facility, and have better parking for drop-off and pickups. We're working closely with Peninsula Family Services, which runs the center there now, to make sure that the new center meets their needs. And the amenities we've planned for the Midway Village residents include a resident-focused park and community center, after-school programs for resident youth, playgrounds and activity centers in close proximity to each building cluster, and community rooms that can be used for resident events and fitness activities. In our landscape plan, I'm going to attempt to annotate it here. We're proposing a series of open spaces throughout the property, as well as in this central hub here. And in phase 1, we have a curbless shared street that will slow vehicle traffic so that the street can be used for play space and events, as well as biking and pedestrians. In the new city park, there's room for a variety of amenities. The decision on which ones to actually build belongs to the city, but our layout here shows what can fit comfortably in this space. So we have here a soccer field, basketball courts, playground, and parking. The northern part of Midway Village has soil contaminants. They're a byproduct of the neighboring PG&E site's industrial uses from over 100 years ago. The State Department of Toxic Substance Control, or DTSC, has been monitoring the site since 1990, and they've required the county and city to remediate it several times so it's safe for residents, the child care center, and the users of David R. Rowe Park. Over the last 2 years, we've been working with the DTSC to perform more tests and analysis so that the new apartments can be assured that they'll also be safe to live in. DTSC has been very collaborative while moving the project through its evaluation process, and they will ultimately need to approve the final design of the buildings, and the buildings will incorporate their mitigation requirements. So as a result, the new development will make Midway Village an even safer place to live. Mitigation measures will include a cap of clean soil that will prevent any contact with the contaminants, and that's currently a requirement, and it'll continue through the redevelopment. We will also be required to install a vapor mitigation system, and that'll go beneath all of the residential space foundations, and it'll prevent any airborne contaminants from infiltrating indoor space. And then after we're done with development, and even during the development, the DTSC will monitor the property to ensure that we're following through on these requirements. Now to transition to our design for the 2 buildings in phase 1. They're sited on the current David R. Rowe Park and will not require us to demolish any existing housing. David Baker Architects has created an attractive village scale program that responds to Midway Village residents' needs and neighborhood input. This is our floor plan for the phase 1 buildings. They're 2 4-story buildings, and we picked this portion of the site for these taller buildings because it's at a lower elevation relative to the rest of Midway Village, and it's further away from the public streets. The residential spaces in Building A conceal the parking garage there, and we've designed the buildings to be all electric and potentially carbon emissions free. We'll have a large solar array, and they'll meet the qualifications for a Greenpoint rated gold certification. And I'd also like to request that the design approvals for phase 1 be granted for 2 years instead of 1. If approved, we could start construction next spring, but our schedule is dependent on the availability of public funds. And during this recession, they may become more scarce. So we might need some extra time to complete our financing plan. This is the view of prominent corner of the building with the garage. It's designed in 2 contemporary styles, with the west side broken into 4 smaller scale masses separated by courtyards, and the north and south sides having a more townhome style with bay windows and stoops. The shared street lies in front of the west side of the building here. Both buildings will have lush landscape courtyards and corridors that weave indoors and out. And Building A2, which is the one that doesn't have the garage, is shown here fronting the new park. The focus for this building is a pair of classrooms that'll offer after-school programming and open onto an outdoor play area. And the view here is down the new central street. It shows the main entrance of Building A. It has color accents, wood siding, and wood slat fencing to highlight the entry and the common area amenities. In closing, Midpenn Housing and the County of San Mateo are very excited about the opportunity to improve quality of life at Midway Village, as well as to provide critically needed affordable housing here. Thank you for your time and attention, and we are happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Your presentation was very good and very informative. And so what I would like to do now is open it up to my colleagues for questions. I do have a few of them myself, but I'll defer to my colleagues at this time. All right, I guess I'll go first then. All right. Again, I see a lot of work has gone into this project to include traffic concerns, transit, and by receiving the density bonus, I'm going to give you a few questions here. You don't have to answer them, but you can take note of them. I'm concerned that in the Bay Shore area and with the increased density bonus, we're going up from 150 units to close to 385 or even more than that. Has anybody thought of a retail component for folks to go shopping? I didn't see that anywhere here in the plan, and they need it out there in that particular area. I'm also concerned that we have a housing development committee here in Daly City, and this is actually the first time that I've heard of this project moving ahead. So I have concerned, how come we didn't hear about it? That's number 2. I understand that there are going to be some homes in the phases for sale. I'd like to know how big they are and what's the price range, because you said something about 100% affordable, so there won't be any in lieu of fee. On one of your slides, you indicated preference for teachers. Now, I don't know if you're aware that we recently approved housing for teachers at another location in Daly City, and to which it was understood that would be for school staff only. And I'm wondering, how did this point come up, preference for teachers? I'm just wondering about any other city staff, public safety, or any staff as to them receiving preference, because obviously if somebody lives in the city that they work in, it adds a benefit to the city. And my last request, well, this is a thought. I see there are some blank street names here. What I would like to recommend that we consider naming of having an input on the naming of some of those streets. I'm thinking in honor of some of our community leaders who have left us. I'll start off with Erlinda Galleon. Second is Carol Klatt, you know, Klatt Way or Galleon Boulevard. And lastly, Bulos, B-U-L-O-S. So those are the questions that I have at this time. I like your childcare. I like your open space. And I'm very familiar. I was there when you opened up Mid-Penn on Mission Street in 2017. It's a great project, but those are the questions that I have for now. Thank you. And I'll leave the rest to my colleagues.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember DJ.
Thank you. Matt Lewis, for the great presentation. And Michael, it's you guys, as I don't want to echo, but I am, that it's a long, hard process, and you did great outreach in the Bayshore. Fantastic. Heard great things out there for them with Cecil Owens and everyone. That was fantastic. And try to get their input. I just have a concern about the south part. I believe we said is the, with the northern part with the PG&E, because years ago, as you know, there's a history of the contamination. We all know that. And that even our city employees were told several years ago, don't even touch that site, not to even go to that site, don't disturb it, nothing. So that's a big one that I know that they do have different remediation, but I don't want to end up like Hunter's Point, where the buildings are built and even these, you have the vents under, that tells you you have to have vents because there's something toxic, or you wouldn't have to have vents. So that soil remediation is a big concern, because we all know that the cancer festers maybe over a 15-year period, or however it manifests, and leukemia for children. And there's been several different issues on that. I know that Mid-Penn is very conscious and has a reputable, so that part is really good. That we are very lucky to know that, because it is Mid-Penn. You've always been did such a great project on Mission Street. So if we could address that, because I'm really concerned, like just like it was in Hunters Point, one was built and then they found out there was more toxics, and then who are we going to get to test it, and then where the test results come from. It turned into such a big mess. And second of all, I realized that some of the people had asked about that letter we received about the hearing impaired and some of the disability issues of, I know you're going to provide some of that, I believe, is mentioned in one of the reports. And are there certain amenities for like the hearing impaired and other disabilities? Third of all, in this process, is there any room for veterans? Has there been any consideration for our veterans in any part of the housing? I believe some of the Bayshore veterans did approach one of your Mid-Penn persons at a recent graduation at the Bayshore School, and had mentioned that at one of your concerns. I think that you had mentioned that one time about foster children that had been aged out, that you're going to provide something for them. Is that still in there? Sorry for all the questions, but this is why we're here, and because it's such a good project. And where the children are, like the number of children, I know that you guys will take in consideration the fact that we are COVID, and by then hopefully it'll be over. So I know that it'll be easy conversion. But with the mayor, I have to ask also again, what kind of amenities, even though I know you can't provide like the shopping extravaganza, but some really necessities that maybe the Bayshore people have for access to food, community garden, or some kind of access, because we all know it's a food desert, and maybe the basics of where they don't have to travel too far. And let's see, what was the other one? Oh, and I know that you have management on site, but some of the letters indicated that their concerns are, would it be able to have our oversight, even though we have laws for dogs having leashes and our parks, we already have things in place. Who's going to be the overseer of these for the seniors, and to make sure that it is indeed a clean, safe environment? And I know we can't have a HOA, but at some of that point. So that's all I have for now. Oh, and labor. Has there been any consideration to use any of our labor unions or any of that, Matt? I forgot, I believe, to ask you that, so I apologize. But thank you. Sorry for all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the floor.
Thank you, Councilmember DeGiovanni. Do we have any other questions for the applicant or Mr. Longhausen? From anyone else?
I have one more question. My question is, are there going to be community spaces for like murals or art structures that depict the identity of the Bayshore? That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mayor. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation, both from staff and also from MidPenn. It was definitely a comprehensive presentation, and some of my questions do arise around ensuring the safety of the community, as you talked about mitigation measures or environmentally, but you talked about how there will be a continuation of monitoring the site. Just exactly how long is the monitoring, environmentally around the soil testing, and just ensuring that it's safe for the community long term. That's one of my questions. Also, one of my questions were, are there areas, some people may not utilize or have cars, and some of them may use taxi, Uber, or Lyft. Are there areas around the development where there's safe drop-offs within the site? I don't know if that's in the site plan. Let's see, I definitely love the different income levels and being able to support the community in different levels, from very low income to low income, and even to below market rate ownership model. I think this is much needed affordable housing in our communities. Is there a way, and I know that there's fair housing law, but is there ways to provide points for residents in Daly City? And I know that, or if they live or work within Daly City. Let's see. Yeah, those are my questions. And I think when I love to hear that there was a lot of community input, not only on just the parks or the housing, but also on the site plan. I see that you took time to reach out to the residents, but I also will echo Mayor Sylvester, is there opportunities on there to provide some sort of maybe like small retail, and then maybe that is an opportunity also for residents around or small business owners, you know, because it's a very large area plan. And I think it's wonderful that I look at the plan, there's definitely amazing network towards providing childcare, and then also the parks. So I see a lot of amenities and thought to this process, and that's the remainder of my questions. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else?
I just have one little quick one. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to piggyback on Mr. Mayor's thing about naming the streets. I know that some of the school board members had, and not to say that, you know, Mr. Mayor's suggestions, but the Bayshore people had always wanted to honor, I think it was a gentleman that had been a part of the Bayshore school board or whatever. You'll have to ask them directly, and that he still is instrumental in helping the children. And so I can't remember the gentleman's name offhand. I apologize, but I'm sure that Mr. Cecil Owens or president of the school board, or Bua or the principal can provide that information. But there's some people that actually grew up in the Bayshore as well, and that area. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lastly, Mayor, I do have another comment, if I may. I know that this is an affordable housing project, and there may be some cost constraints, but just wondering if there was, and is there conversations with labor, understanding that, you know, your costs are much different than market rate developers, and maybe there's ways to work together, and just wondering if there was opportunity there also for them to understand that this is an affordable housing project that will support the community at large. And I think it is also very important to, and you've reached out to the Bayshore community, which is amazing. I saw your presentation on how, like 2 years of really convening with the community and responding to them around, even with the intricate details of putting, you know, washer and dryer is in their units. You know, all these pieces make a difference in people's lives. And so for me, I think even the next step around ensuring that their voice is heard around what the mayor mentioned, like renaming the streets, but that maybe it's a community process in that regard, also in line with Dr. Rod's comment around putting art in the community. And I think the continuity of what you've done in reaching out to community members could continue, and that just essence of getting feedback and really creating this beautiful community space. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any comments at the time? Okay, we have some questions that were posed by council, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Lonkhouse or Mr. Lewis, or any developers also to respond.
Just real quick on the whole notion of retail at the site. The project site's just traditionally been zoned for residential use only. Given its location inside sort of an existing neighborhood, retail wasn't something that we really had explored as a possibility, just given the traffic volume that could create. So I mean, we're just in terms of initial site planning and work with the applicant just on purely residential project, plus the child care center aspect as well. Matt, I don't know if you had any comments on any of the other items. I think the art idea is a good one. Maybe you could address that, Matt.
Sure. So I can, yeah, I'll touch on a couple and then direct some of the questions to my colleagues. But on the retail piece, just to echo what Mike said, we did talk to a retail consultant at one point because early on we heard from the community, you know, there really is a need for more retail, and that's one of the biggest, you know, concerns that we heard during our outreach. And so we looked into it. We talked to a retail consultant, and sort of as Mike was saying, the location isn't really ideal for retail. It's off of a pretty narrow side street. It's, you know, not very visible for, you know, from the main street, Geneva Avenue in the neighborhood. And so what we're hoping is that by bringing in more people to the neighborhood, that we can, you know, we can have an effect on the existing retail spaces on Geneva, that they'll have more customers, and that'll, you know, bring in more potential for retail there. Let's see, on the townhomes, I'd like to invite Jan Lindenthal to speak to, you know, our approach to for sale townhomes and price points to address your question, Mayor Sylvester.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jan Lindenthal. I'm the Chief Real Estate Development Officer at Mid-Penn Housing, and I'm here at Sweeney Lane. I wish I was. We're very proud of this community that we developed in partnership with all of you. As far as the affordable townhomes are concerned, we think this is a really important element of this overall project. And the townhomes are planned in one of the later phases. So the exact affordability targeting for those homes is something that we'll want to determine as we get closer to the actual construction of those homes to ensure that they're significantly below market. But the homes range in size from 1,200 to 1,800 square feet. And our intention would be that they would be affordable to moderate income and below, and likely even not all the way up to moderate income, given how high the median income is in San Mateo County today. So that's the intention, is that 100% of those townhomes would be sold at affordable prices to moderate income and low income home buyers. And the more financing assistance that we can leverage from the state, the deeper that we can bring that affordability, and the more options we can provide to families in terms of affordability.
And then I'd like to invite Abby Polori to address the questions about preferences and how we'll actually structure that, and whether there'll be preferences for Daly City residents and workers, and how the teacher or, you know, other preferences that are directed towards certain professions would work.
Hi, good evening, council members. This is Abby Polori with Mid-Penn, and I've been partnering with Matt and with the county in our community engagement over the past 2 years, and I'm really excited to get to share what we've heard over that time. And I think around the preferences, it's an interesting question, because a lot of what went into our planning was informed by what we heard from the community. So for example, the preferences for educators, for teachers, really came from conversations with Dr. Pittman at the Bayshore School District, and in talking to other community members. And I think we're open to structuring that preference so that it can be as broad as possible, and be open to, you know, maybe it is beyond educators. And I think that's something that we can take your feedback on tonight and work on structuring. As was mentioned, we have 4 phases that we're going to be building out. So we do have time to figure out, you know, maybe the first phase has a particular preference, and then in the next phase, we can add in a different preference. And I wanted to highlight the preference on veterans that was brought up, as well as preference just for a more general live and work preference for people who are living or working in Daly City currently. These are both preferences that Mid-Penn has implemented in other communities. And we're very familiar with how to do it so that we're following the rules of fair housing. And I think your input, like the city's input on that as we move forward, if we move forward, would be very much welcome. You know, a lot of what we're doing is based on what we know the needs are in the community. And so, yeah, I think it's the ability to implement it on a plan of this size is very much possible. So we appreciate that feedback, and happy to answer more questions about how that would work if there are any.
And then I'd like to address the question on street names. That's another thing that we would love to work with you on. We don't have names picked out for the new private streets. So, you know, we're very open to suggestions. We would love to honor, you know, community leaders from the Bay Shore, from Daly City at large. So we can, you know, reach back out to city staff to get more ideas on that as we move forward. And we do have, you know, one new street that we're building out in the first phase that doesn't have a name. So, you know, we can start there. And then on the point about murals, which is sort of related, you know, tying in the surrounding community with that, you know, we have, you know, community, you know, focused art at a lot of our properties, and, you know, something that we really do like to do. And we, you know, I think it makes a big difference for quality of life for residents and for, you know, the surrounding community. And I'd actually like to invite Daniel Simons from David Baker Architects to maybe speak to his experience incorporating murals and other kinds of art into projects he's worked on.
Good evening, council members and Mayor. I'm Daniel Simons with David Baker Architects, and yeah, I mean, we would really, we find that, you know, we've had a really wonderful community outreach process that has informed the design so far, both with the existing residents and with the neighbors at large. And we've taken their comments to heart, and I think really tried to make the design reflect their desires. And I feel like the art is just another layer on top of that we could add that would be really wonderful. And there's I think lots of, you know, opportunities within the current design for art in phase one and also in subsequent phases. So so yeah, we'd be really open to collaborating with whoever the city staff might suggest.
The next question I wanted to address, and I might see if Janet Stone from the County of San Mateo could chime in on this as well. But you know, the question of environmental conditions at Midway Village, you know, what kind of concerns do we have going forward? And, you know, I sort of summarized our work with the Department of Toxic Substance Control. You know, we've been working with them since 2018 to do additional testing and analysis to make sure that, you know, the property will be safe to live on going forward. And, you know, I didn't really get into the details on what kind of testing we've been doing, but we've done quite a bit of new testing, and we've kind of gone beyond what had previously been done at the property to, you know, just make sure that there really wasn't any potential harm there. And, you know, one thing that we did was go inside the apartments at Midway Village and test their indoor air, see if, you know, we found any contaminants there that could be harmful. And despite the presence of some, you know, contaminants on the ground, we didn't find anything inside those apartments. And those apartments don't have any specific kind of, you know, engineered systems that would prevent, you know, contaminants from kind of seeping out of the ground and into those units. So I think what that indicated to us is that, you know, there's a problem there that we need to be prepared for, but it's not posing, you know, harm to the residents at Midway Village now, given all of the remediation that's already happened. And we'll just be doing more of that going forward. And, you know, we haven't actually finished the process with the Department of Toxic Substance Control yet. We have finished the testing that they've asked us to do, but we are still, you know, working on the final plan for all of the mitigation measures that we're going to implement. So that will be subjected to public review. We'll have a hearing. We're actually doing a survey right now with DTSC of the neighbors and residents if they want to participate to make comments on that plan. And in the process, we're educating them on what we're doing too. So, you know, we want to make sure that they're fully aware of, you know, what we're doing to make sure that they're safe. And so that process will conclude in the next couple of months. you know, the other thing I'd like to point out is that, you know, the contamination isn't everywhere in Midway Village. It's actually concentrated in a few places that are, you know, closest to the PG&E site. That's where the contaminants originated from. And so, you know, the precautions that we're taking are mainly related to those portions of the site, not everywhere. And I'd invite Jen if she wanted to add anything about the county's role of making sure that, you know, the property is safe to live on. Janet, you're muted.
Myself, there we go.
There
Can you
go.
hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know if the video is on. I can't see from my screen, but in any case, I think Matt covered really most of what needs to be explained about the site and the safety, the environmental safety that will be ensured. And the agency that has been mentioned, DTSC, has oversight of that whole site and the development, and they will not permit anything to be developed or the soil to be disturbed in any way that's going to be harmful. That's the whole point of all the testing that has been done. It's the point of the monitoring. And by the way, the housing authority, the county housing authority, will be responsible for ongoing monitoring as the landowner. We will engage with DTSC for the next, I believe the DTSC has at least a 30-year monitoring plan. So, and up till this point, there has been monitoring every 5 years. There's a review of all the monitoring, and we have been in compliance with everything that DTSC has required to keep the clean soil or the pavement that is on the site now, keep that intact so that there's no chance of exposure to any contaminants that may still exist in the soil. Some of the contaminants have lessened over time, just that's a natural process that goes on in the soil, but DTSC will tell us whether there will be barriers, vapor barriers, they're called, that we need to put in below the foundations of the buildings, and which buildings will need those. So we're going to be in compliance, and Mid-Penn will be in absolute compliance. The site will be even more safe than it is now because of the new buildings, and the park will have clean soil, the new park, a clean soil cap. So DTSC will not approve this, as I said, unless they're completely assured of the safety of the residents and the users of the site.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question, if I may, on this item, on this direct item.
Sure, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so thank you. So you said the agency overseeing the environmental won't approve the project. You know, I really like the project. This is just one of my main concerns. So have they approved it, or you're still in the process?
We are still in the process. We're nearing the end of the process. All the reports have been submitted. You know, the environmental consultant that Mid-Penn hired has submitted the testing, the groundwater reports, the air quality reports, and all that is needed at this point is to finish the public outreach and community hearing, and DTSC will then be done with their review. So we're nearing the end of a very long process.
Thank you. And do we know when that would be finalized as far as their approval of the development moving forward with all of the hard work that you have all done in ensuring that there's mitigation measures? Just I want to understand the timing.
Sure. The Matt, is it probably mid-August or end of August that we're expecting approvals?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'd like to finish it up by the end of August. But so we'll have a public hearing probably in early August. And the public outreach process is underway already. We're reaching out to members of the community to get their input on what kind of outreach they think is necessary. And we've finished, as Janet said, the bulk of the reports that need to be done to justify the new mitigation measures that we're adding, because of the redevelopment.
Thank you. And for this evening, we're approving the portion that is not at that site, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We're approving, you're not starting on that site until you get the approval. I mean, on the most contaminated area that you mentioned, it's not over the whole project, but just the northern part near PG&E. I'm looking at the timeline, I mean, of the project, understanding when you have the go from the organization that's overseeing the environmental review, and then just trying to see the alignment here. I think it's a great project. I think it's a community project well needed. I just need to understand how, if they're overseeing this process, I need to understand when they're going to approve it. So at this point, it's not approved at this point, as far as the environmental go.
Matt, do you want?
Right. Yeah, they essentially they need to approve us, moving forward with the construction. They don't, their approval on our plan for mitigation isn't, necessary as part of the environmental review, although it has been considered in the, sustainable communities environmental assessment. But they're sort of separate processes, and we felt that we were far enough along with the DTSC, and they've been, very cooperative. I think that they're excited about the opportunity that this redevelopment presents to do more mitigation that's not really possible now. With the existing buildings being as they are, there's only so much they can really do, and we're bringing the environmental protection that much higher to kind of like turn to current standards, really. So we're improving the situation there, so they're moving along with us as fast as possible. We have to work within the system that they have, so it has taken some time to get to the point where we are. Ideally we would have finished the process with them earlier, but this is where we are, and we're very confident that we can finish it up in the next couple of months. So we're really very close.
Thank you. So what you mentioned to me is the remediation has already started, and the last portion of this is really community outreach and getting a hearing done. But as far as the actual steps, they've already happened, or the plans are underway.
That's right. That the plans for what we would actually do with the remediation have been more or less finished. We're still having them be reviewed. They've been drafted, and the analysis has been done, and we know what the DTSC has in mind, and we just need to kind of finish up the documents so that they are complete and have accurate information, and the DTSC agrees with everything that's in there. But we haven't actually done any physical construction work related to the remediation. That won't happen until the buildings are under construction. And so right now we're just working on getting those final approvals from DTSC in the next few months, and then without them we're not able to proceed into construction. So there really is no way around that. So we have to finish that process with them, or we won't be able to build the first phase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that's what the Vice Mayor was alluding to. apparently I see there are different phases, and you had made mention at the northern end. I don't know what particular phase that was, either 3 or 4, but could you start on phase 1? But it looks like you can't until you get clearance for the phase on the northern end. And thank you, Ms. Stone, for bringing up the issue about vapor barriers. And I know you're trying to work out the different mitigation issues, and we'll come up with the proper strategy that will get you folks the approval. Thank you. Excuse me. Okay, are there any other questions from my colleagues?
Just one quick one.
Is that Pam?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, you're breaking in and out, Pam. Is that
Sorry about that. I'm
okay? There you
downstairs.
go. Gotcha.
Matt, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Will we be able to, or Ms. Stone, are we able to obtain those documents once you get them from the DTSC? I mean, we trust that you did a great job, no doubt. And you know, you guys have all the experts. So, and I know that you're just waiting, but just so that we can have those documents be great. But you guys did, the project is excellent. Lots of hard work, lots of outreach. I wish people would do more outreach like that. Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Matt, do you want to answer that, Matt?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And you know, the documents will be part of the public record, so they'll be available online, and we can make an effort to get them to you specifically too after they're finished.
Yeah, and then the last question was I believe that we were asking was about the labor question for building, because I know the price, as Vice Mayor had mentioned, was pretty pricey, but we're saying, do you use labor unions?
Definitely, and every phase will be subject to federal Davis-Bacon prevailing wage standards, right. Which are pegged to union rates, and they don't require that unions are doing the work, but they sort of lend themselves to that just because of the wage standards being where they are. And we're working with DevCon Construction for phase 1, and they're a signatory to several unions, I believe the carpenters and laborers unions, but I could get back to you specifically on which ones those are.
Great job. Thank you, Matt.
There was one other question, I believe from Councilmember Di Giovanni about people with various disabilities. And I just wanted to mention, and Matt may want to comment on this as well, but we are looking at including people that have aged out of the foster system, former foster youth, with services that will be provided to them. I believe in phase 1, there will be certain units that are set aside for those youth who are, really need an affordable place to live. And as far as people with vision or hearing disabilities, any affordable developer that we would work with, and Mid-Penn in particular, always accommodates any person who's accepted for residency. If they have a hearing or sight or any other mobility disability, the unit is accommodated. Either it's already been accommodated, it's fully accessible, or the unit will be further, accommodated.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Great questions, Council. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Great questions.
Just to add to that, we'll fully build out at least 4% of the apartments with disability features for people who are, vision and hearing impaired. So, from the start, we'll have units that are available for them with the accommodations that they need. And like Jan was saying, if they're in a unit that doesn't have that, they can make reasonable accommodation requests. We can have it installed for them.
Thank you, man. The wheelchairs, and I know you guys do a great job for that wheelchair balance.
Yeah, we also build out 10% of the apartments for people who are mobility disability or disabled.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant or Mr. Longhausen? Okay, hearing none, what I'd like to do at this time is open it up to public comment.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I had one question that wasn't answered, and it was really around finding out if they had areas for drop-offs within the site in regards to people that take taxis or Ubers or Lyfts, and they don't have access to a car, and wanted to know if that was instituted within their site plan.
Yes, we have sort of a flexible street space in front of the first phase buildings that could be used for that. It's a shared street in the sense that it can be used by pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, and there's no parking there, but there is space for drop-offs, and we've actually designed it so that folks who live in the A2 building, which doesn't have a garage, could have some space near their front entrance to drop people off before they park their car, or drop off groceries or something like that there. So that could be a space for Ubers and Lyfts and that sort of thing. Yeah, that the resident loading zone is pointing that out in the diagram here.
Great. I just know that if they don't have access to a car, people use taxis or Lyfts or Ubers, and just having that built into your design would probably be helpful in as far as circulation and egress. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions before we open it up to public comment? Okay, hearing none, before we start, I would like to acknowledge, I had made mention at the beginning of this that we had someone who was hearing impaired who wanted to speak this evening. And as such, we've gone into some extended time here. But I like to, first of all, commend Mid-Penn and the staff because most of her questions, her concerns were answered during this exchange, and Councilmember D. Giovanni brought a few of those. So I'll just reiterate some of her concerns. Ms. McGee, washing machine in the unit, extra storage, extra bathrooms, doorbell lights for hearing impaired, every room, including the bathroom for protection. Excuse me, lights that go on when there's emergencies, such as a fire. I guess Mid-Penn has rules within the complex, and she's asking to keep dogs from running loose while she's walking to the mailbox, clean up after pets, solve the graffiti problem, clean the sidewalk graffiti, stop marijuana smells. I mean, we have quite a few here, but just something to think about for the quality of life. No smoking in common areas, kind of substance, no public drinking. I don't know about that. Keep people from throwing food around the area. So this was a concern to her, so I just thought I'd bring that up. It sounds like Mid-Penn and the staff on this call have already addressed most of those, but that's just something to be aware of. Okay, Mr. Lewis, I believe you have a public comment from Supervisor David Canepa that you would like to present to us, or would Stephen read that?
I did receive it from his office today to read, but if there's other instructions.
Well, go ahead, Stephen. I just want this to be unbiased, so why don't you go ahead and read it if you have it.
I'm going to share my screen as well.
Okay.
So you can all see it. It says, to Mayor Glenn Sylvester, Daly City, I am writing to extend my enthusiastic support for the plan by Mid-Penn Housing and the Housing Authority of the County of San Mateo to develop 555 units of affordable housing at Midway Village. The multi-phase redevelopment will also expand an existing child care center and renovate a public city park. Our region continues to grapple with a severe shortage of housing that is affordable to low-income households, as well as the missing middle, and this project will make a meaningful contribution to much needed housing for those individuals and families. The Midway Village revitalization will be by far the largest affordable housing proposal in San Mateo County. It presents a rare opportunity to enhance and preserve the existing community fabric, while at the same time greatly expand new affordable housing opportunities for struggling families that may not otherwise qualify for affordable housing: teachers, caregivers, nurses, first responders, and other public servants. As one of Northern California's largest nonprofit developers, MidPen has an exceptional track record of partnering with cities and counties to produce housing that meets the community's vision and becomes an integral part of the neighborhood fabric. I had the opportunity to participate at a community open house last November about the project to see firsthand the level of commitment MidPen dedicates to community engagement, being a good neighbor, and good design. By approving this proposal, the City of Daly City will continue to create an equitable, inclusive, and sustainable future for its residents and workers. Please approve the plans without delay. That's from Supervisor David Canada.
Excuse me. Thank you, Stephen. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
Yes, we do. Through our virtual meeting webpage, we have, let me just refresh, there were 5 comments earlier, and there are still 5 comments. So I could either display them on the screen or read through them. It's up to you, Mayor, or both.
Yeah, well, they took the time to write. I think we should at least hear from them.
Okay.
So, please.
I'm going to show them on the screen at the same
Okay.
time. You can all read along. Okay. So the first one that we received is from Kelsey Baines, and it says,
Stephen, can you blow that up a little bit?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, okay. On behalf of Peninsula for Everyone, I am writing to support MidPen Housing Corporation's proposal for the redevelopment of Midway Village. Peninsula for Everyone is a grassroots pro-housing advocacy organization fighting for inclusive neighborhoods with abundant housing at all income levels, as well as protection of tenants and vulnerable populations. We envision an integrated region where every person has access to a safe, affordable home near jobs, services, and opportunity. Our current health crisis has illuminated the ways in which housing is foundational to health and safety. Housing scarcity has pushed residents into overcrowded and unstable living conditions, endangering the well-being of families in our community. These impacts fall disproportionately on California's low-income workers and families and disproportionately affect communities of color. The affordable housing shortage in San Mateo County is particularly acute, with far too many families being displaced from our region, forced into super commutes and disconnected from support systems. The proposed development would provide hundreds of desperately needed affordable homes that would be invaluable to community members struggling to maintain stable housing. We enthusiastically support the density bonus and associated waivers to enable more affordable housing for families to have stable, secure, and safe homes. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this important proposal. Okay, next. The next comment is from Heather Cleary, and it says, on behalf of Peninsula Family Service, I am writing to extend our enthusiastic support for the plan by MidPen Housing and the Housing Authority of County of San Mateo to develop 555 units of affordable housing at Midway Village. Peninsula Family Service is very familiar with the needs of our community and of our working parents. We serve nearly 900 people in the city of Daly City annually through our operation of 4 early learning centers, the Got Wheels transportation program for older adults through a partnership with Sarah Yellow Cab, and senior peer counseling support. We operate the Early Learning Center on-site at Midway Village and are looking forward to the renovation and upgrade of our facility we'll enjoy as part of the revitalization plans. The new Early Learning Center will allow us to serve 125 continuing and new children ages 0 to 5, an increase from our current capacity of 109. Moreover, the planned phasing of the project means we can continue to serve children and families while the new buildings and units are constructed. Thank you for your support and partnership. Okay, the next one is from Marianne Brown, And it says, I am supportive of this redevelopment proposal and would like to see more follow-up meetings strictly for the residents of Midway to discuss ownership preferences for current residents. Number 2, safety precautions for residents during project redevelopment, DTSC oversight, etc. And this was a duplicate. The next one is from Alexander Melendres. It says, good evening, Daly City Council and city staff. My name is Alex Melendres and I work for the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality affordable homes. I am here in support of Mid-Penn's Midway Village revitalization. What you have before you is a rare and historic opportunity to both produce and preserve 555 quality affordable homes for the city of Daly City. Every home has a name, a face, a family, and a story. The time is now, and what this proposal brings is essential. This proposal helps create equity and preserves the well-being of each of those individuals and families. It will provide immediate equity that is amplified each day over time. We are learning how important having a secure home is for sheltering in place. This proposal creates secure shelter. We are learning how much the Daly City community sticks together and supports each other. This proposal also creates and supports community. By approving this proposal today, the City Council will help create and contribute to an even more equitable and inclusive Daly City. Thank you for your leadership, not just on this proposal, but for what you are doing for the community during this public health emergency. HLC looks forward to seeing it built, and we wish every single one of you good health. Thank you. This is also a duplicate from Alexander. And then the final comment is from Kenneth J. Cole, Director of the Human Service Agency of San Mateo County. And it says, San Mateo County Human Service Agency is excited to partner with Mid-Penn and the Housing Authority of the County of San Mateo to serve families and individuals at Midway Village. This project will provide much needed housing for transition age youth living in the county and clients of county services. 6 to 12 units in phase 1 of Midway Village will be set aside for transition age youth with service coordination from Mid-Penn and HSA. In addition, Mid-Penn has committed to setting aside 5% of the total units at Midway Village, at least 27 units to clients of county services. And that is all on this public hearing that we received on our virtual meeting page.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Okay, I would like permission of the council to close the public hearing at this time.
Motion to close.
Okay, is there a second? Second, first and second. Any further discussion? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. I would like to make a comment, and first of all, before we begin, before we take the vote, I'd like to thank Mr. Lewis, Ms. Simons, Ms. Potlury, Ms. Landau, and Ms. Stone and staff from Daly City for working on this long waited for project. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the very important questions and concerns that you brought up. I'd like to again thank Mid-Penn. Your answers to the questions brought up by my colleagues indicated to me your love and passion for wanting this project and how much you care for the community. We love our Bayshore community, and if you probably have noticed, they are very resilient, they are very supportive, and just as long as they have the information, they weathered the construction when we built the Bayshore School. We have a great community out there, and I thank you for your outreach to them, which was very important and is very important to us. So just wanted to put that out there, and I'll leave it open for my colleagues to make any last comments before we take a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you again for all the hard work that staff has put in, and also Mid-Penn and all of your consultants on this project. It was refreshing to hear that the questions that we had were answered at this meeting, and also the willingness to work on some of the ideas and also some of our concerns was really appreciated. you know, especially around figuring out, and you are all the experts. You were able to make a phenomenal project right there on a mission to be able to have a multi-tiered, you know, income level to support the various community members. And so I see that being brought upon here, where it's extremely comprehensive, well thought of, looking at so many areas of the community in which you can support. And for me, this is a huge need in our community. I am an affordable housing advocate, and it's wonderful to see this, you know, move forward. I would love to know how we can continue to work with you on seeing how we can provide the preference for Daly City workers and Daly City residents. Looking forward to work, if it's with staff, to understand how that process works, or with MidPen. But I know you all understand how this works, and I appreciate all your time on this and really look forward to seeing this happen. So thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Pam.
So I'll make mine short because you guys do a phenomenal job. Mission Street was a great success. This is so needed in our community, and we're really lucky to have MidPen at the helm, and including all our workforce housing or whatever, and making sure that hopefully more people in the Bay Shore in the focus, even though I know everyone in Daly City needs housing and maybe other people will contribute and move there. But just in that Bay Shore, I guess you guys found out from doing outreach, it's much needed. So I'm sure that I can tell was a big reward on for all of you that are fulfilling something that is definitely needed. That I could tell the feedback from the community was incredible about how you treated them, how you were open to them, you took in everything. So heartfelt thank you, looking forward to it. And thank you for all your hard work, and to the staff of Daly City working with them. Thank you so much, kudos, and a big team together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember DeGiovanni. Any other further, Dr. Rod?
I just want to commend the staff and the MidPen Housing. We all know that on top of all the pandemic and everything that's going on with the protests, and along with housing crisis, this is like one of those glimmer lights of hope where we're providing home and security for people in the Bay Shore. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you're all doing, and that's all. Very supportive of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. All right, any other further comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain motion to adopt this resolution. Someone
Motion to adopt resolution to support Midway Affordable Housing Project.
MidPen, right?
MidPen.
Yeah.
Well, Midway, right? It's Midway, but MidPen is the developer. So yes.
Is it really Midway?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking about the ship. Okay. Was that a second by you, Councilmember DeGiovanni?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Any further discussion? May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Okay, so it looks like the motion carries. Good luck, everyone. And again, thank you so much. And we look forward to working with you as we move along. Thank you again. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 32, authorizing amendment to 2019-20 HUD Consolidated One-Year Action Plan to reflect allocation of CDBG-CV funds And I'll turn it over to staff. Ms. Sobel.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. On my computer, it looks like my camera is off and I clicked it, but not going on. Anyway, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead. In March, Congress enacted the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act, providing about $2 trillion in stimulus funding to address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Act provides additional funding for the Community Development Block Grant Program, of which $632,285 was allocated to Daly City. These funds can be used for any CDBG eligible activity to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. These funds are referred to in my presentation as CDBG-CV to differentiate them from the regular annual allocation of CDBG funds that Daly City receives. A total of 20% of the CDBG-CV funds can be used for program administration and might cover the costs for staff needed to carry out funded activities and comply with all of the various HUD requirements relating to planning, administration, and reporting of CDBG expenditures. CDBG-CV funds can be used to address eligible activities, which are described in the CDBG regulations, provided that they must meet one of three national objectives. The first is to benefit low and moderate income persons, also prevent or eliminate slums or blight, or 3, address an urgent need. Staff recommends that the city's plan for using its CDBG funds be memorialized as an amendment to the 2019-20 HUD Action Plan. And on April 30th, staff met with the CDBG Advisory Committee to discuss eligible activities and a recommended plan for distribution of CDBG-CV funds. And this discussion focused on 4 main categories of block grant activities. First, public services. CDBG-CV could be used for construction or rehabilitation of a building used in the response to the pandemic. And a few examples of activities that might be considered would be things like construction of testing and diagnosis facilities, or acquisition and rehabilitation of a motel to expand capacity of hospitals, to help isolation of patients during recovery. Based on staff research and discussions with various healthcare providers, a particular unfunded public facility that could be assisted with CDBG-CV was not identified. The next major category is housing. The pandemic and statewide shelter in place has resulted in the loss of employment and reduced work hours for many Daly City residents, particularly lower wage workers in the service sector. Loss of employment has already resulted in a loss of income for a great many Daly City residents and resulted in a reduced ability to make rent payments. It has created an increased risk of homelessness for individuals and families in Daly City. Without stable housing, individuals and families could be forced into crowded living situations and become homeless, making them much more susceptible to contracting COVID-19. And although there is a county-wide moratorium on residential evictions, the moratorium does not mean that tenants are not required to pay their rent in full when the moratorium expires on June 30th. Tenants will need to repay all of their deferred rent by December 31st, a prospect that will be difficult to impossible for households who already struggle to meet their monthly expenses. Daly City Partnership already administers an emergency rental assistance program and is currently receiving approximately 15 applications per week from households affected by the pandemic. As of today, they have over 300 applications pending. At a maximum assistance level of $3,000 per household, the applications they already have an associated cost of almost $1 million. Even with other funding sources from San Mateo, such as San Mateo County Strong, the available funding that the partnership has is not enough to help with all of the pending applications. And to compound this challenge, The partnership anticipates additional applications in the coming months, even if the COVID-19 cases decline, because many renters affected by COVID-19 are operating under the protections of the eviction moratorium and have not yet begun to plan for a repayment of their back rent. Rental assistance for up to 3 months is an eligible use of CDBG CV funds. The third major category is public services, and funding for nonprofit organizations that provide critical public services to vulnerable populations in response to COVID-19 is another category to which the city could allocate its CDBG CV funds. Staff has interviewed several nonprofits that already serve Daly City residents to learn how the pandemic has affected their operations, and all of them reported an increase in costs since March 15th due to increased client loads, demand for new services, and costly changes in operating procedures required to meet social distancing protocols. The Daly City Partnership, a core service agency serving Daly City residents, is experiencing a very high number of client requests for services like food, emergency rental assistance, and childcare, among others, and has suggested that addition of a staff person would enable them to process applications, distribute assistance, advise clients, and make referrals to other agencies more efficiently. And then the fourth major category is small business assistance. In San Mateo County, the stay-at-home orders have resulted in the temporary closure of an estimated 15,000 businesses. The essential businesses that remain open are experiencing revenue losses and a decrease in workforce hours of up to 80%. Several financial assistance programs are available to assist small businesses. SAMCETA is utilizing San Mateo County Strong Funds to offer $10,000 grants to small businesses through a program administered by the San Mateo Credit Union. To date, 44 Daly City businesses have submitted applications to receive assistance, and we understand that a total of 21 Daly City businesses have received grants through the San Mateo County Strong program. The program may offer additional grants in the future to small businesses depending on the success of their ongoing fundraising efforts. There are other programs available to assist small businesses, such as SBA programs, although it is not clear whether their current funding levels will be enough to serve all qualified businesses. The CDBG program allows, under a particular regulatory framework, the use of block grant funds for loans and grants to businesses. And if the city allocated its CDBG CV to small business assistance programs, it would need to meet a national objective, and expenditures for business assistance would need to be supported by evidence that the activity benefited low and moderate income people. This is usually accomplished by obtaining income certification data from the employees of the assisted businesses. In addition to meeting a national objective, businesses who receive CDBG assistance under the special economic development category would need to meet a public benefit standard. Basically, this means that for every $35,000 the city spent, it would need to document that one job was created or retained. Failure to meet a national objective and/or a public benefit standard would be considered a finding in an audit or monitoring review, and it could result in the city being required to repay its CDBG CV funds to HUD. If Daly City were to use CDBG CV funds for business assistance, it would be necessary to devote a certain effort to create an administrative and service delivery framework to ensure that the funds are spent in a manner consistent with federal regulations. We're not already delivering such a program in Daly City. The city would be required to develop and adopt underwriting standards, client experience standards, loan servicing procedures, risk mitigation standards, and administrative plans and procedures that are compliant with the block grant regulations as well as OMB circulars. Given the regulatory and administrative requirements and the city's existing staff capacity, the committee did not recommend allocating CDBG CV funds to business assistance activities. Based on current needs in Daly City created by the COVID-19 pandemic and programmatic requirements of various HUD programs, staff and the committee recommend the following distribution of CDBG CV in Daly City. $126,457 for program administration, $75,000 for Daly City Partnership to hire a COVID-19 assistance coordinator for 6 to 12 months. $430,828 in emergency rental assistance to low-income households affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and these funds could be distributed under a contract with the Daly City Partnership. And at this point, staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing to obtain citizen comments on this proposed amendment to the city's one-year HUD action plan for FY 1920, allocate funds for the various CDBG CV activities described above, and approve the amended one-year action plan document for FY 1920 for submission to HUD. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Obel. All right, do we have any, I'll open up to council members for any questions on Ms. Obel's report.
Just want to say thank you. That's it. Excellent.
Thank you, Councilor DiGiovanni. Anyone else? Okay, hearing no other comments at this time from council, I'd like to open up the them to public hearing. Stephen, do we have any comments?
I'm just refreshing the page right now. We do have 2 comments.
Okay. Would you kindly read them to us?
Sure. Just pulling them up still. Hold on one second. Okay. The first is from Heather Cleary. I will share my screen again so you can see this. Okay, so Heather Cleary says, on behalf of Peninsula Family Service, thank you for your support of our Mission Street Infant Toddler Center with CDBG funding. At this site, we serve families with a whole child approach, working with parents on their needs, goals, and stability while ensuring children have the tools and support they need to succeed so they are ready to start kindergarten. Peninsula Family Service appreciates our long partnership with the City of Daly City. It is a pleasure being a part of this wonderful community. Thank you for your support and partnership. And the next comment is from Fernando Cordova of Project Read Literacy Services. I'm just going to read it. Project Read would like to continue to provide literacy services to Daly City residents through our adult literacy tutoring program, as we have for a number of years. The current COVID-19 economic crisis has hit the literacy community very hard with job losses and layoffs. Good literacy skills for job procurement and retention are now more essential than ever. Thank you. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I'll entertain a motion from council to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank the committee and staff that worked on this. Extremely important to get these dollars out to the community. And one question I was going to ask, but it was answered through public comment, was to see if there was any support towards childcare facilities that may need help during this time. And so I think I mean, with that public comment, is there any assistance to childcare facilities or just childcare in this COVID-19 response is my question.
I actually think the 2 comments pertain to the next item on the agenda, which is the 2021 action plan, which is our regular CDBG money. And continued funding for Peninsula Family Service and Project Read are in the draft action plan for 2021. So we will continue, if that is approved, the city will continue funding the childcare services provided by Peninsula Family Service at the same level we funded them this year.
Well, thank you for that. And then I know that Daly City Partnership has really seen such impact to the need of having more support during this time. So I know it's also important. Thank you for the hard work that the committee did. It just shows that the response to our community by being able to also allocate rental assistance to those that are in need and that we're responsive to the community at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any other comments, questions regarding this issue? All right, I'd like to echo the Vice Mayor's thanks to staff. And I see that Ms. Pat Baum is online, and I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work that you have been doing for our community, your passion, and the coming up with creative ideas. I know I have asked some of the difficult questions because I treat the money as if it was my own. But Ms. Pat Bohm, you definitely ought to be commended because I see your flyers go out, not only with DC Partnership, but your reach throughout the community is so extensive, and it's very much appreciated. So I wish you the best of luck. Keep doing the great work that you're doing. We really appreciate it amongst all of us here on City Council. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Pat. Did you want to say something instead of a salute?
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate your consideration of this particular agenda item. You know, just in anticipation of the days and months to come, we're anticipating that we're going to need possibly $1.5 million by the end of December to accommodate the escalating need. We've already served over 5,000 individuals this year, and it's just incredible. And I'm sure if you looked out the window from City Hall and seen the food going out the door, you know we've had a 2,000% increase in food distributions at the community center, which is happening every day. We try not to run out, but sometimes we do. So just want to thank you all for your support, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Bohm. And we all work together, and kudos to you, Shauna. Don't get up, Shauna. There she goes. Just as I mentioned her name, she, you know I did that on purpose, but thank you so much, Shauna, for what you do as well. Okay, are there any further comments at this time? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second. Motion to adopt the resolution?
Okay, first by Giovanni, second by Dr. Rod. Any further discussion? Okay, on the resolution, may I have a roll call, please? Authorizing amendment to 2019-20 HUD Consolidated One-Year Action Plan.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura? Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester?
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you all so much. And moving on to the next item, number 33. Congratulations, Ms. Bohm, and we'll see you in the coming days. Okay, item number 33, the city's HUD Consolidated One-Year Action Plan for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021. And I'll turn that over to Ms. Obel. I see it was Linnell's screen up, so either one, and you have the floor.
Actually, Linnell will be presenting this item.
Thank you.
Unmute. Sure. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor and council members. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I will be presenting the fiscal year draft 1-year action plan. So annually, the City of Daly City receives an annual allocation from the Department of Housing and Urban Development to address housing and community development needs of lower income households. We get Community Development Block Grant Fund, whose goal is to provide decent housing, provide a suitable living environment, and expand economic opportunities. And as Betsy mentioned earlier, they must meet the 3 national objectives of benefiting lower income households, addressing slum blight and urgent need. And we also get home funds to increase the supply of affordable housing. Component of the allocation process involves public participation. On December 8th, 2019, there was a public hearing to hear housing and community development needs. There was also a public notice and a review period for the draft 1-year action plan, which was from May 28th to June 2020. And the public notice was posted in newspaper and the city's website, and it was emailed to various social and community service agencies serving Daly City residents. And tonight we have a public hearing for the draft 1-year action plan. So in terms of the CDB allocation, the staff issued a request for proposal for the use of funds. This was issued on December 17, 2019, and it was due on January 24th. We have an estimated CDBG budget of $1,154,825 for fiscal year 2021. Of this, $1,074,825 is the CDBG allocation, and then $80,000 in current year program income and estimated unallocated funds. And staff met with the CDBG Advisory Committee on February 26th. In your staff report, we outlined the recommendations for the CDBG funding, and I will just briefly go over what was in the staff report. Staff is recommending $226,965 for general program administration and fair housing services that will be provided by Project Sentinel. In terms of capital projects, staff is recommending $388,020, and this will go towards the repayment of a Section 108 loan for the Bayshore Community Center. The loan repayments have been going up every year. The good news is this loan will be paid off in August 2022. And then staff is requesting $450,000 for housing. There's a city residential rehab program, and then Rebuilding Together has a minor home repair program called Safe at Homes, and the Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities has a home accessibility modification program. And then for public services, staff recommends $82,000 to go for Human Investment Project's home sharing program, Life Moves Family Crossroads shelter in Daly City, and Legal Aid's Home Saver program to help renters facing eviction, and Peninsula Family Services childcare program. Heather Cleary spoke on the earlier item, but I think it was meant for this. And then Project Read's literacy training program. Now for the home allocation for fiscal year 2021, the city will be receiving an allocation of $380,827. The staff recommends $38,083 to go towards home administration, and then the remainder of $342,744 to go towards an affordable housing development. The city has prior year home funds of about $1 million, and then combined with the 2021 allocation, we would have about 1.4 million. And when there is a specific project to allocate the home funds to, this will be brought to council for approval. So staff recommends that Council conduct a public hearing on the draft 2021 one-year action plan, allocate funds for the various CDBG and home activities for 2021, approve the city's one-year action plan document for submission to HUD, and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or her designee to sign the appropriate forms and certifications as part of the city's submission. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have. I also want to indicate that we received 2 letters on this item from Center for Independence of the Individuals with Disabilities, as well as HIP Housing. So I can read the letter later, and I will be able to share screen as well if council desires.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Would I like to? Time is open. My colleague, questions?
Just want to say thank you, Linnell, for that presentation and for the staff, as well as also the fellow council members who worked on getting to this point. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm getting an echo here, so I better go back to the spot where I was before.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you, Linnell, Betsy, and everyone. Hard decisions to make. Money is pretty limited, but everybody did a good job on allocating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. Did we identify the Vice Mayor's question earlier? Which one of these organizations deals with childcare and babysitting?
Peninsula Family Services provides childcare services.
Yes. Thank you so much for them. All right, unless there
Thank you, Mayor, for remembering my question. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, if we don't have any other comments, I'd like to open it up to public hearing at this time. And Nell did inform us that she had 2 letters that you wanted to share. Would you kindly do so, please?
Yes, let's see here. Oh, it's this one. Let's see. Oops. Sorry, having technical difficulties.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so this one. Okay. Oops. Can you see the letter? No.
No.
Can I read it?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm having a problem. Okay, I will read it. Okay, so the first one I'm going to read is from CIID. Dear Mayor Glenn Sylvester and City Council, my name is Lisa, and I write this letter on behalf of the Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities Housing Accessibility Modification Program. First and foremost, we thank you for your continued support throughout the years. Your generous contributions have helped several individuals with disabilities live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. The Housing Accessibility Modification Program helps with the installation of grab bars, railings, stair lifts, ramps, handheld showers, and other modifications for low-income individuals with disabilities. These modifications improve accessibility, increase safety, and assist individuals with disabilities to remain at home or return their home with greater independence and peace of mind. Our mission is to provide support services, community awareness, and systems change advocacy to promote full and equal community integration and participation for people with disabilities in San Mateo County. On a daily basis, I receive numerous calls from low-income people who seek some kind of relief from the restrictions on their lives. For example, Regina at Sutter Care at Home in San Mateo contacted me in hopes of getting some help for her patient named Mr. H. Mr. H is an 89-year-old man with Alzheimer's and arthritis. He needed a standard stair lift to help him get up and down the long flight of stairs in his home. The stairs were a serious fall risk for Mr. H. CID's HAM program was able to provide a stair lift, and Mr. H can get up and down independently using the stair lift. On behalf of the thousands of low-income individuals with a disability in Daly City who need assistance with home modifications, and on behalf of CID's HAM and the many individuals that benefit from our services, I once again thank you for your continued support. Sincerely, Lisa Heath.
Thank you, Linnell. And you had a second letter?
Yeah, okay. This, I shall go ahead and read it.
Sure.
Dear Mayor Sylvester, Vice Mayor Manalo, and members of the council, thank you for your consideration of HIP Housing's funding request to support the activities of the home sharing program. As an essential service provider, the home sharing program has adjusted to meeting the needs of our clients while working remotely during the shelter-in-place order. Over 80 Daly City residents or persons who work in Daly City are either in home sharing matches or are actively seeking a housemate. The home sharing program has consistently been a very personal model, and in order to maintain that high level of support, we adjusted our program procedures by setting up the entire home sharing team to work remotely and providing ongoing support regarding technology, ergonomic, and self-care needs, creating fill-in online application forms for our new applicants, following up with all new applicant inquiries to set up virtual interviews and or provide alternative community and housing resources, conducting video conferencing interviews with new applicants and providing home sharing informational packet, which includes PG&E care application, affordable housing community resources, budget worksheet, interviewing questions, connecting with all active home providers and home seekers looking to make a home sharing match to provide housemate referrals, and strategies on how to meet potential housemates during the shelter-in-place order, conducting video conferencing with newly matched clients who need a living together agreement, following up with over 400 households who are currently in home sharing match to provide support, increasing communication with clients to provide COVID-19 related resources, providing emergency relief funds to matched home sharing clients, developing a plan to interview and screen applicants who do not have video capacity, maintaining contact with home sharing programs across the US to share best practices, and continuing with outreach efforts to share information with the community about home sharing. While sharing numbers and updates on our operations is important, what matters most are the needs of our clients, whether it be related to housing, financial support, or simply providing an opportunity for folks to share how they are coping under these extreme circumstances. We anticipate the housing needs of community members will be affected in a variety of ways as a result of COVID-19. Our home sharing team is dedicated to making sure a high level of service delivery continues and caring support is provided. We thank you for your support. Warm regards, Laura Fanucchi. That's it.
Thank you so much, Linnell. I'll now defer to Stephen if we have any further public comments on this matter that you may have received.
We do not.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'll entertain, I like permission from the council to close the public hearing at this time.
Motion to close.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Dr. Rod, thank you. Further discussion? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. I'll entertain a motion to adopt a resolution.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please, Madam City Clerk?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. The motion has passed. Thank you again to staff, and Linnell, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 34 is the approval of benefit assessment for Linda Vista area for fiscal year 2020-21, and I'll turn it over to staff. Mr. Fier.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Kevin Fair, your city engineer, and I'm pleased to present the approval of benefit assessments for the Linda Vista area for fiscal year 2020-21. In 1990, City Council Resolution number 90-55 established the Linda Vista Area Benefit Assessment District. The benefited area is subdivided into two drainage basins, Linda Vista and Bay Ridge, and that includes what's known as the Bay Ridge, the Bay Vista, and the Linda Vista subdivisions themselves. And these subdivisions are required to detain on-site stormwater runoff in excess of the flow rate that was occurring before the land was actually developed. The Bay Ridge drainage area is towards the west, and it serves a total of 177 lots, including all of what's known as Bay Ridge, as well as a portion of Bay Vista. The improvements in the area within Bay Ridge include stormwater detention basins, storm drain pipes, retaining walls, fences, a lighted pathway, and all of this is in part near the Bayshore Heights Park and provides access to it. The Linda Vista area is towards the east, and that includes 176 lots, including everything within the Linda Vista subdivision, as well as a portion of Bay Vista. The Linda Vista area drains through a detention basin on the west side of Linda Vista Drive. Improvements maintained in this area include stormwater detention basins, pipe systems, fencing, pathways, landscaping, and other minor facilities on the detention basin property there off Linda Vista. And so these facilities are unique to the subdivisions in that they serve the subdivision specifically and require special maintenance services in excess of what's normally provided by the city. The annual cost of maintaining and someday replacing these facilities is assessed on the benefiting properties within each area. And parcels dedicated for public use are not assessed. An engineer's report has been filed with the city clerk as of May 12th of this year to describe the services that are provided, the costs associated with providing them, and a schedule of the property assessments for this coming fiscal year. Systematically, maintenance staff does evaluate the benefit area and quarterly goes out to inspect the site. Then the maintenance staff would maintain and repair any of the facilities that require addressing of any issues. And within the report attached to it are copies of the last 4 quarterly reports. Activities of evaluation or maintenance may include testing the path lighting, inspecting fences, looking at vegetation to assess if it's been overgrown, and checking supplies in the area. Any corrective actions are noted and then later addressed. The proposed assessments for fiscal year 2020-21 are proposed to be the same as last year's assessments. And they're listed here within the report, being the Linda Vista area would be assessed at $151.13 per year, and the Bay Ridge area would be assessed at $100.46 per year. Staff did send out notification to property owners within both areas of these proposed assessments and the availability of the report via a mailing that was sent on May 12th as well. Overall, the fiscal impact would be similar to last year's and actually exactly the same as last year's. And that would be a total of about $44,000 in assessments. Revenues from these assessments, in accordance with the report, are appropriated in order to fund budgets of certain city departments that would maintain the areas and related facilities, and eventually would provide enough funding for replacement as needed. The county tax collector is contacted in order to assess these assessments on the property tax roll. And in conclusion, we recommend that the City Council first conduct a public hearing, and following the conclusion of the public hearing, recommend to approve the Linda Vista Area Engineers Report and the benefit assessments for fiscal year 2020-21. I'm available to provide any additional information or answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fair. Great update. Any council members have any questions at this time? Hearing none, I'd like to open to public hearing. And Stephen, anything on this one?
We do not have any comments.
No, thank you so much. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
First, second. Any further discussion? Okay, a motion to adopt the resolution requested.
Motion to adopt a resolution?
I have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? May I have a roll call, please, Madam City Clerk?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Okay, the motion has passed. Once again, thank you, Mr. Fair, for your report, and you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is mixed-use building at 7310 Mission Street, use permit, item number 35, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Palin. Mr. Palin, good evening. Let's see. Yeah, good evening. Looks like you're muted there, Brian. Stephen, can you unmute him? There you go. There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. The next project before you this evening is the Mission Street mixed use at 7310 Mission. Let me see if I can get a screen share up to show you my presentation. Give me a moment here. There we go. Okay. The project site is located on the west side of Mission between Vale Street and West Market Street. One parcel south of the corner parcel at Vale Street and West Market Street. I'm sorry. It's located one parcel south of the corner parcel from Vale and Mission Street. In this existing site photo, you can see the single-story dental office building and the auto sales lot, which currently occupies both corner parcels. The proposed mixed-use building would be located between the office building and the auto sales lot, which would continue to operate on the corner parcel. The proposed mixed-use building would contain a 620 square foot retail or office space, a lobby, and 13 parking stalls on the ground floor. The second floor would provide 3 studios and 2 two-bedroom residential apartments. Additionally, a 267 square foot office space would be associated with the ground floor commercial tenant. I'm sorry, is my screen share working?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Thank you. The first floor plan indicates the commercial space located at front elevation, the lobby, and the parking area. The floor plans for the second through fourth floors indicate residential apartments and the common open space roof deck. The building elevations show the proposed 4-story building with a cementitious panel siding providing smooth, textured, and horizontal panels in charcoal, sand, and colors. Wall articulation would reduce the massing. Window and doors on the ground floor would be metal framed. Staff is recommending a condition of approval that the applicant explore providing additional dimensions to the upper story walls at the Mission Street facade. The north and west elevations are shown here. Here are perspective drawings as viewed from Mission and Vale Streets. The 11 required residential parking spaces would be provided via mechanical stackers, as shown in this slide. Two additional standard stalls are provided on the ground floor for the retail and office use. As previously mentioned, the building will be clad in cementitious panel siding with varying textures and colors. Wall articulation will be provided to reduce the appearance of overall massing. Sloped metal roofs with transitions will transition the building to the adjacent structures. The front elevation has been designed with a void above the driveway to provide relief from Mission Street and to emphasize the building entry. The project is categorically exempt per CEQA guidelines per section 15.332 for infill development. And the Planning Commission has reviewed this project back in May and recommends that the City Council take the following actions. Adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report and this presentation. Affirm the environmental assessment, and approve use permit UPR 11-18-13-760 and design review 11-18-13-761. And this completes my presentation, and I'm available to answer questions. Additionally, the project architect and applicant are available if you have questions for them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Palin. I see the Vice Mayor has her hand up, and I'll start off with the Vice Mayor. We'll leave it to the Vice Mayor to see, and other colleagues if they have questions that may be of Mr. Palin or the applicant, which is also online. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for staff for the presentation. My question is around the parking structure. I guess it's it takes 3 levels as shown in the diagram, and I guess I didn't see it, but where would they enter? The cars entering into the parking garage, are they entering through Mission Street?
The parking garage is located at the street level. Okay. And cars would enter at Mission Street, and then toward the back of the garage at the street level is where the mechanical stackers are going to be located and provide 11 stalls. And those stalls are for the residential tenants. Additionally, there are 2 non-mechanical stalls also at street level, one of which is an ADA stall.
Okay, great. That's my only question. I think that it's a great design from what I'm looking at, and then also I love that there's still, it looks like there's store frontage.
Correct.
Yeah, and then does the applicant know what is anticipated to be there already, or it's further down the line?
I'm not aware if they know what tenant they want to put in that space. They are available if they have any ideas, but at this point I believe it's going to be reserved for a small retail or small office tenant.
Okay, thank you.
Who's the applicant?
That's me.
Is it Mr. Eric? Did you want to answer the question?
Yeah, it'll probably be an office space. I may put my own office in there or rent it as an office or a small retail space.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from council?
I just had a quick question. It seems like there's a lot of like auto body shops around there. Has anybody thought of like the noise pollution like study around there? Just concerned for the residents that might be there and just hear lots of work going on with cars.
Yes. Hi, Stephen Antonaris, the architect. We will be designing the building to have a high STC rating throughout the walls and windows. So it should meet a high level of sound isolation, as it's called. So the units within them will be fairly soundproof.
Thank you, Dr. Rod. I learned 2 words today. One is STC. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, and cementitious, until I looked it up while you were speaking, and it's spelled with a C instead of an S. So you're always constantly learning. But thank you so much. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a real quick one.
Yes.
Eric, you know, when you enter off of Mission Street, great design, by the way.
Thank you.
This is Pamela DiGiovanni. And but when they come off, so the traffic on that road, they can pull off to the side a little bit, right, where it looks like, so they can kind of get out of the traffic to pull in to the parking. So they don't have to make a hard stop to turn in. I mean, they have to turn in off of Mission Street, a busy street.
Right. They can, cars can turn right in. There actually won't be a garage door. There will not be a garage door. And all the parking is designed to turn around and exit facing out toward Mission.
Okay, great. And then is there going to be a mirror or like on a sidewalk or anything for pedestrians on that area?
We
You know,
have,
like when they drive out so they can see?
well, one of the features of the design is that the it's a very wide open entryway. So you will be able to see people the minute you exit the main garage, and then it opens up to quite a wide view of Mission.
Okay, thank you. And I would just ask Mr. Palin to make sure that we already passed Vision Zero, so please include that to consider the pedestrian safety. I know you will. So thank you. Great job for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, at this time, I'd like to open it up to public hearing. Oh, well, no, I don't see that we have to. Madam City Attorney.
We could just take any comments. It's just a communication item.
Sure, thank you so much. Stephen, do we have anything?
We do have 2 public comments under just public appearances in general. Public comment.
Is this on this particular item or in general public
Let me
comments?
look real quick and see if sorry, just one more second. No, I believe we have one for the next item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so.
Oh no, I'm sorry, there is one for this. It's item number 35. Okay, it says
35, that's correct.
Okay. It's from Philemon Hernandez, and he says, we are the house next door to item number 35. Under communications, we would like to know when construction will start, approximately how long it will take, and if there are going to be any windows that will face our house. We have a privacy concern issue since we have a window facing the potential building, and afraid we will lose privacy if windows are added facing our home. Please let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other, so that's all we have?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So what I'd like to do now is close the comment section, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution. May I have a second, please?
Second.
You have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam City Clerk, if I can entertain a roll call vote, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Okay, that resolution has passed. I thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Palin, for the report.
Thank you.
I guess you'll be hanging around. Okay, and good luck, gentlemen. And
yeah. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Great. And Stephen, thank you for enlightening us with a new term today. And you have a great one. All right. Item number 36 is coastal development permit for a residential room addition at 954 Skyline Drive. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Palin. Mr. Palin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me bring up my screen share for that presentation. There you go. So the next item is a coastal development permit for 954 Skyline Drive. The project is located on the west side of Skyline Drive. And the backyard is the ocean bluffs, but it is some distance away from the bluffs. The project plans indicate an existing ground floor rear addition. The applicant is requesting a reasonable accommodation to legalize the existing addition and convert the ground floor to an accessory dwelling unit. The addition is located at the northwest corner of the property. And in the site photo, you can see the addition, and staff is recommending the addition of a condition of approval for the project to be subject to an administrative design review, since the addition in its current state does not match the existing side yard setback. The project is in compliance with the general plan, the local coastal plan, and the R1 single family residential district standards. The project is exempt from CEQA in accordance with CEQA section 15303, small construction. The Planning Commission reviewed this project in May and recommended that the City Council take the following actions: adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report and the presentation, affirm the environmental assessment, and approve coastal development permit, use permit UPR 10-19-14-236. Again, I'm available to answer any questions. The project architect and the homeowner are also available to answer any further questions.
The architect's no longer online, but I'm still here and I pretty much know the information along with Brian.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Palin, thank you so much. And is it Vincent O'Shea?
Yes, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for hanging in there. I'll first open it up to my colleagues if they have any questions. All right, I'll start off. From the rendering that I see there now, you made mention of ADU, accessory dwelling unit, which I definitely support. Given the current state, based upon the photo that I've seen, is this in compliance, or are we going to have some, I don't know, retrofit or further modifications?
So the ADU is allowed by right, and the idea is the plans indicate that the ADU will take up most of the existing ground floor level, and this existing expansion will become part of the ground floor, which is an ADU. Staff is also recommending that or requiring that the project go through a process of administrative design review. We're requiring that process for two reasons. One, because the existing addition at the rear is not set back from the property line in the same number of feet as the existing wall of the house. Daly City does not have a required number of feet for the side yard setback in R1 districts, other than to maintain the existing wall. But we do have a provision in the code that if you have an addition or want to make an addition that does not follow the plane of the existing wall, that the project go through an administrative design review. Additionally, the reason for requiring the design review process would be to bring that existing structure into compliance as far as aesthetically, as far as siding materials and roofing materials to match the character of the existing house.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions from my colleagues? Okay, hearing
Mayor,
none.
I just want to thank at least this will bring it, and thank the applicant for, because a lot of people have houses, and then at least he took the interest and tried to legalize the unit itself. And as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, ADUs are important. So thank you very much, and thank you, the applicant.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Council Member Di Giovanni. All right. Do we have any reports of any additional comments on this matter? I'll ask Stephen, I'll ask Brian if you received anything.
I have not received any comments.
Okay. All right. I'd like to close at this time the public comment section. So I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. Anyone?
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Second by Dr. Rod. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Di Giovanni?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod? Dr. Rod?
Well, you can nod your head, Dr. Rod. Oh, did we just, oh, there you go, thumbs up, so that's an aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Palin. Mr. O'Shea, again, thank you for hanging out for the long meeting, and congratulations to you, and we wish you the best. Thank you so much.
You guys have a wonderful night.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, Michael, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda is item number 37, authorizing the allocation of Daly City Housing Trust Funds to HART for local housing trust fund application. And I'll turn it over to staff, Ms. Sobel.
Good evening, once again, Mayor and members of the council. Before you tonight is consideration of an allocation of Daly City Housing Trust Funds for the San Mateo County Housing Endowment and Regional Trust, also known as the HART. The purpose of the allocation is to provide matching funds in support of an application on the part of HART to the state local housing trust fund program. And I'll say at the outset, this is a little confusing because what we're suggesting is providing Daly City Housing Trust Funds to the HART so that they can go after state local housing trust funds, which I will refer to as LHTF. The LHTF program provides matching funds to local housing trust funds established by cities, counties, and regional housing trusts like the HART, and they can be used for a variety of activities that expand and preserve affordable housing. The total available funding through this state program is $57 million, and an applicant can apply for up to $5 million. The application process for LHTF funds is competitive, and the funding requests will most likely exceed the available funding. The application scoring criteria includes preference points given to applications from regional housing trust funds such as the HART, and because of this preference, the HART would have a greater chance of winning an award under the LHTF program than an application from the City of Daly City. The applications are due to the state on August 3rd, with award announcements anticipated in October. The HART is considering submittal of an application to the LHTF program, and in order to qualify for the program, the HART's application would need to show matching funds from local sources, such as taxes and fees. All LHTF dollars provided have to be matched by the applicant on a dollar-for-dollar basis. On May 8th, the Affordable Housing Committee met to discuss an allocation of Daly City Housing Trust funds to the HART for the purpose of match on the HART's application to the state. The committee recognized that a commitment of $100,000 in Daly City Housing Trust funds to the HART could have a regional benefit of bringing additional affordable housing funds to San Mateo County without significantly impacting the city's ability to fund local affordable housing projects. In addition, the committee acknowledged that an application from the HART would be more competitive than an application from Daly City. And with this direction, staff intended to present for council consideration a recommendation to commit $100,000 in housing trust funds to the HART for the purpose of match under their LHTF application. In order to qualify as match, the funds would need to be legally committed to the LHTF program and available to HART for disbursement to an affordable housing project. In addition to match requirements and preference for applications from regional housing trust funds, the scoring criteria for LHTF gives clear preference to applications that meet readiness criteria, which is defined as having your entitlements in place and one or more specific, having completed a first phase funding process. And the HART has identified several affordable housing developments in the pipeline in San Mateo County that could be included in its PLH application. And those are summarized in attachment 1 to your staff report. 2 of these projects are in Daly City, the Core Company project at 493 Eastmore and the bridge development located at Carter and Martin. Both of these projects currently have requests for funding pending from the City of Daly City, although it's not clear whether either of them would meet the state's readiness criteria and serve as the most competitive projects under a HART application to the state. HART has not yet finalized which projects will be included within their LHTF application or the specific dollar amount they will apply for. These factors will be determined when various cities throughout the county determine whether and how much they will commit as match to the HART application. Since the May 8th Affordable Housing Committee meeting, the state has released additional program guidance, and in response, the HART has outlined 3 distinct options for cities willing to commit funds to the HART. And the details of these 3 options are presented in your staff report. The first of these is called the Target Project Grant Program, and under this program, for a minimum commitment from a city of $250,000, HART would identify a specific Daly City project in their LHTF grant application and will commit to funding these projects if their application is successful. If HART's application to the LHTF program is not successful, Daly City would have no obligation to provide the funding to the HART, and the funds could be decommitted and made available to a different Daly City project. Funding from the city under this scenario would be in the form of a grant to the HART, and the city would have a guarantee that if the HART's application were successful, 195% of the grant amount, of the amount granted to the HART, would come back to the city in the form of a 55-year loan to a Daly City project. In other words, working through the HART, the LHTF program could increase a permanent financing source available to fund a specific Daly City affordable housing project by a factor of 2. Daly City's funding to the HART would be in the form of a grant and would not be repaid to the city. The section option is what HART is calling the general program. Under this scenario, for a minimum commitment from the city of $100,000, the HART will provide funding to Daly City projects on a first-come, first-served basis, and only if LHTF funds are available. Daly City's funding to the Heart would be a loan that could be repaid to the city after 5 years. And the third option is the Quick Start program, where there is no minimum funding commitment from a city, and Heart will endeavor to fund projects with at least an amount equal to whatever a city commits for a loan term of up to 5 years. If Daly City chose to provide funding to the Heart under the LHTF Target Project Grant Program for specific projects, and if the application were successful, the funding would be locked for the projects identified in the application and no longer available for other affordable housing opportunities in Daly City. So depending on the specific amount allocated to the Heart by the city, a large commitment of the city's housing trust fund, if it were a large amount, it could affect the city's ability to invest in other affordable housing projects in Daly City over the next 2 to 4 years and until the city's affordable housing subsidy resources were replenished. This could include affordable housing opportunities that we don't know about right now. For example, if a piece of land or an existing multifamily building became available for sale, the city might not have resources to pursue these. At this point, the city is seeking the staff is seeking direction from the council on whether it would like to follow through with the recommendation from the committee to allocate $100,000 to the trust fund as a general commitment, or whether it would like to allocate a higher amount pursuant to Heart's Target Project Program. And with that, I'm available for questions. And Armando Sanchez, the executive director of the Heart, I believe is here tonight as well, and he can answer questions also.
Thank you, Ms. Sobel. Do we have any questions from colleagues at this time? Okay, I have a couple of questions. Ms. Sobel, can you tell us our current allotment within the housing trust funds that Daly City has now?
The current unencumbered balance in our trust fund is about $1.4 million.
And my second question is, do we have any projects in the pipeline to which we will help replenish or add to our current $1.4 million?
Yes, we calculated that earlier last week. We have about $5.3 million in the pipeline. It's not clear when or if those projects will go forward. Some of them were approved more than 2 years ago, and the intent of the developer isn't clear. But of the 5.3 million, I believe the planners estimated that about $2 million worth would probably go forward within the next 2 years.
Thank you. Okay, my question is for Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for staying so long for the meeting. We usually don't go this long. Can you, I spoke with you once before, can you advise that on the $100,000, would the city have to basically give up or send you a check for $100,000?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, we would only draw the funds from a city under any circumstance, whether on any of the 3 types of programs. We would only draw the funds when we had a project identified that would use the money. We would not draw it in advance. So you wouldn't have to write a check. When a project came up that made sense to use the funds, we would request the funds from you and the state and fund the project identified. So there would be no need to do any kind of check payment in advance.
You were on the line for quite some time, and the project that we spoke of earlier, I think it was Midway or Mid-Penn, they talked about financing and going out for additional financing and other sources. Would this be a project that Heart could be a part of in helping them fund that project?
Yes, Mayor. Any project that's in the city, under the Target Project Program, we would essentially be able to fund. And so, if that is in the interest of Daly City, saying that one should take priority, we can certainly do that. I have to say that the regulations on the state. We're still trying to decipher them, as is every other trust fund and city in the state, trying to figure out what works best. So, you know, we could commit if you wanted up to a project like that, but if as we continue our analysis, we may come back and say the core project scores really well. That would, you know, give us more points and ensure that we're able to bring in money for San Mateo County, or maybe another project would. So, you know, if you made a commitment, again, we would follow your direction, but it may be possible that other projects would score better.
So I'm getting two thoughts on this. One is under general, and it was mentioned that it would be a 5-year loan. So I guess if we had a project and Daly City committed to it to say put in $100,000 as per our commitment, that money will be paid back in 5 years?
Yes, it would be. And perhaps Betsy can specify the project. I think it's the Eastmore project.
Yes, 483, okay.
Yeah, that one, Bridge Housing has already approached us about the possibility of doing a pre-development loan to them. So, you know, whether we got a state grant or we didn't or something happened, we would already be considering a loan for their pre-development costs. So in some respects, I can say that, you know, if a project comes up in Daly City, we would absolutely work to provide funding for that in the pre-development and the 5-year loan type of program. So yes, we would be able to fund a project that way.
Okay, and my last question, maybe this is too presumptuous, but if we were to provide, say, $100,000 to which we would hold on to until such project comes up, and that Hart would then ask to use the funds, does Hart have an intentions of saying, well, next year, can you give us another 100,000? I don't know what the future calls for, but you know, I'm thinking if we give 100,000, are you expecting another 100,000 next year?
No, sir. You know, I think you know, this whole impetus asking for cities was to try to prevent idle housing money from sitting in a place and not being used. So that was the whole start of the thing, and that we could move the funds around and help projects in different cities move forward. One of the things when this, the LHTF at the state came up, we had originally anticipated that loans would count as a match. And so my goal and Art's goal was to go to the cities and ask for a loan to match the funds so we can bring additional state money. But when the regulations finally came out, we found that wasn't the case. And what we found instead was that it would only grants could be provided. So when that happened, I changed our strategy. And you know, I haven't been able to inform our board because this was just released very recently. But essentially what happened then is that we can only act as a pass-through agent. And I'll give you an example. The city of Redwood City, we're in discussions with them. They have a couple of projects that score really well. And we have a call with them to talk about whether it would make sense for them to commit $400,000 to Hart, which would then almost double the amount that we're going to put in a project. Because we're only going to act as a pass-through. We get 5% of the total amount as a fee, and then the rest goes to the project that they identified. So that's one of the options you have if you were to increase the amount of funding. But if you want to stay at a low level, you know, there is no expectation that there would be another loan commitment in future years or anything like that. We would simply take that for 5 years and fund projects, and when the 5-year term was up, we would repay the Daly City the funds that it was due.
Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions at this time. My colleagues have any questions?
Mayor, what is your recommendation?
Well, 1.4 million in our fund right now is we have some projects in the pipeline that may give us more. I did not know about the target aspect of 250K, but I'm the type of person that I believe it's good to have a piece of the pie than no pie at all. The target for 250K comes with a 55-year payback. I'm looking for not, I'm looking for 5 years, and I think 100,000 is not really going to break our bank, especially if it's for a project coming up in Daly City. This will also help Hart in their application to the state. It makes them look bigger, and I think it can help us all. And the money's not leaving our coffers until a particular project comes up. So it's there, and plus we're going to get it back. So it's similar to, I think, where we do rehabilitation projects under was it section 108 to repay the rehabilitation done on homes here in Daly City. I mean, I think this is no different, and I think it's a worthwhile investment to protect our future in creating and getting matching funds for projects that may come up in Daly City, especially from other developers. Daly City left the HART program. We came back in, and few people have benefited, first-time home buyers, and I think HART is poised to do good things, especially under the leadership of Mr. Sanchez.
I'll make the motion to do the 100,000.
Second, I'll second that. And the question that I had earlier, Mayor Sylvester asked around if this was going to be a recurring ask. And so I'm good with it. Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there's been a motion on the floor, first and second. Do we have any public comments that may have come in on this item, Stephen?
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, that's okay.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, just a quick one, because you're familiar with the art. How does that work, Mr. Mayor? Does that, so that I can be privy to how the process works? So I know that we got back in the HART program, so we joined everyone else, and they get the 5% of the 100,000, right? Because it goes into a pool with other funds.
I'll let Mr. Armando Sanchez explain that, but I know that that's only one aspect of the program with HART offers. They also offer first-time home buyer assistance, I believe, with as minimum or as least as 3 to 5% now new home buyers. But go ahead, Mr. Sanchez, on.
Yes, Councilwoman. So to answer your question, the $100,000 would be a loan to HART, and we would not take any administrative fee at all from that. That would actually earn you interest payable to the city. So we would not be taking any fee at all from that $100,000. The 5% would only apply to the grant program targeted to specific projects. And so I guess to answer your question, yes, it would go into a pool of funds that we would use to fund projects throughout the county. And like I said, hopefully some of these would be in Daly City in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. That helps. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember.
For the clarification.
Okay, great. All right, so Stephen, any comments?
No, there's only one remaining comment, and it's just a general one.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. It's been a motion has been made. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, so may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. I thank you, staff, for the great report and providing all the information. And Mr. Sanchez, we wish you and HART the best of luck in your application process. And we look forward to doing business with HART later on in the future.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next item, number 38. This is a second reading, ordinance number 1438. This is regarding amending the contract between the City of Daly City and CalPERS. and I'll refer to City Attorney, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This is a second reading of the ordinance 1438. It's an ordinance of the City of Daly City authorizing the amendment to the contract between the Council and the Board of Administration of California Public Employment's Retirement System, and it is for adoption.
Great, thank you, Madam City Attorney. Any questions? Okay, hearing no questions, I'll make the motion that we adopt the second reading on ordinance number 1438. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Okay, if I can have a roll call, please.
Ms. Giovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, the next item is public appearances and oral communications. And Stephen, you said we had one for general?
Yes, there's just one remaining comment. It's from David Kahn. And it says, what is the city council plan with how the police department handling of the family disputes in this lockdown or whatever thing? There is no plan or any ordinance on respond to domestic disturbances between spouses, but the use of force became the standard to respond SWAT. The police department is separating my son away from me in retaliation and making up false accusations look like I committed serious crimes. The police department filed restraining order as third party on behalf of my wife at the court. Must address and gun violence restraining order against me by DCPD doesn't look so good. How can a police department stupid to make the accusation don't make sense? That's it.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So that's the only one that we had?
Yeah, that concludes all public comment we received.
Okay, did the other correspondent, Ms. Maltby, I believe it was Adrian, did she get back to us on that? We sent her the link, right? She wanted to make a comment?
That was the young gentleman at the beginning of the meeting who had the younger folk behind him. And yeah, that was him.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He was very gracious about it, and I think he said he was going to either send the video in or come to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. All right, just want to make sure we try to take care of it.
We'll reach out to him.
Thank you so much. Okay, Nita, can you bring me my charger? My battery's about to go dead. My charger for the computer. All right, we're almost done here. Next item is appointments. Do we have any appointments? Am I coming through? I don't hear anybody.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, no appointments. Okay, next is reports, council meeting reports. Oh, here.
Mr. Mayor, I have an SFO report, but I'll defer to the next meeting roundtable because of the date.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Yeah, thank
you.
you.
All right. Any other reports?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have a report. I attended BOSCA on May 21st for our board meeting, and just wanted to update the community and my colleagues that we adopted the proposed fiscal year 2020 to 2021 bond surcharges, and also adopted the fiscal year 2021 work plan and the operating budget for BOSCA. Also approved 20 professional services contracts for legal, strategic, financial, and engineering consultants to provide critical support to BOSCA in implementing the fiscal year 2021 adopted work plan. Also with the SFPUC report, They provided the water supply and operations update to the board. At right now, the storage at the regional water system is 88% of maximum storage. And SFPUC anticipates that Hetch Hetchy will fill this year. However, it's not likely SFPUC's water delivers from the regional water system, or they don't think it will fill the water bank in the new Don Pedro's reservoir. And so also, let's see, regarding water usage, the report of potable water use in March 2020 by BOSCA agencies was down 12% compared to March 2013. The next board meeting will be held on July 16. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, do we have any other reports?
Mayor, can I just defer my report to the next meeting as well? Due to time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Rod. Yeah, it's getting kind of late. Thank you so much for the consideration. And Vice Mayor, thank you for your report. All right, the next one is City Council reports. I think we have quite a few, or anyone?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to comment. I know that we are starting the city street sweeping starting next week. And I think the staff has done a good job of publicizing via social media and the newsletter and things like that. However, I think that, you know, the news of this street sweeping takes some time to filter through the community. And so I'm suggesting, and I won't be offended if it's not implemented, but I'm suggesting that we give warnings rather than actually issuing the actual ticket the first go around. I think we need to be understanding about getting back to normal. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be upset because they're used to the parking already. And so I think we should give some consideration to the fact that this is going to take some time to filter out, and we don't need to unnecessarily, I don't know, cause some bad will or something when what we try to do was some good in being understanding about the parking. But it does take some time, and I'm just a little concerned that maybe we should give them a break and just give them a warning at least the first time around. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Buenaventura. Ms. Malfi, I'm in concurrence with Council Member Buenaventura. I know it was something good when we did the cancellation of street sweeping. It worked one way where folks still moved their car, and even though there was no street sweeping. So now the street sweeping is coming back, I think maybe a week, and the street sweeper could still go down the street, but then it will serve as notice, oh, it started up again, and maybe just something to think about. Just a thought.
I appreciate that. We've gone back and forth on this internally, and I will talk it through with the police chief and the public works director. Our concern is that if people know that there's a warning, that there won't actually be any incentive to move the cars. But let me circle back with staff about that. And if that's the council's direction, then we certainly will adhere to.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mulphy. Okay. Any other city council reports?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Is it me or I can't, Haley?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say that make it short because it's late. And the vice mayor and council member Ray Buenaventura and we went to the beach for graduation drive-through, and it was really, really exciting. And they did an excellent job. They had a little red carpet. It was very well planned how they did it. They did the social distancing. They decorated the cars, the parents did. Quite exciting. And so I want to say shout out to the Bayshore School. It was excellent. And thanks for the invite. And I think don't want to speak for my colleagues, but it was a really good time. And the kids were great. Congratulations, 2020.
Okay, I got bits and pieces of that council member Giovanni, but I gather you were talking about attending the Bayshore graduation for the class of 8th graders 2020.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for representing in the council, along with the vice mayor and Councilmember Ventura. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Okay, any other city council reports? Ms. Maltby, city manager report. Now I know you sent something, but can you give us a little bit? So just in case there are some folks who are still up as moving towards reopening Daly City, please.
Well, I will do that, but I will be brief. But I appreciate the opportunity to chime in a little bit here. As you mentioned, I did have my staff put together a comprehensive memo for me to council about how we're planning to reopen. We're now in stage 2 of this shelter in place, and we've been working really hard to get our employees back, but get them back safely. So each department is really contributing. HR, Human Resources, has been the voice to get the information out to our employees. Public Works has been helping us with partitions and keeping people, employees safe so they can be in the same office together, but safely. You mentioned the hot item, which was parking. And you know, and we heard you loud and clear about the warnings, and that makes sense. But we're also really eager to get the streets clean because we've had a lot of complaints, and understandably so. People want to see our city cleaned up a little bit. We're working really hard to try to determine recreation programs with the SIP, which makes it a little bit difficult because the classroom sizes have to be smaller. We're looking at aquatics and to see if swimming pools, if we can adhere to the very restrict rules with that. Police and fire are plugging along. They're doing great. They're back to full staffing and then some. And so we have issued last week information for our restaurant businesses who are interested in outside dining. So we put a website together so that they could find out how to get a permit for that. So we're looking forward to at least some semblance of getting back to normal. And we just really, really appreciate this community. Has been amazing throughout all of the things that have been piled on to our community in the last few months. We're doing really great. Daly City strong. So that's my report.
Thank you, Ms. Maltby. Well done. And your staff, I'd like to compliment them and all city staff in hanging everything that has happened, and would not be possible without the collaboration of everyone working together under a great leader. So thank you very much, Ms. Maltby.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Mayor. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Maltby and all the staff, hardworking staff. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next item and the final item would be the adjourn in memory. And looks like we have quite a few tonight. So what I like to do is start off with Councilmember Giovanni.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say that we are all on the same page as many of them. So for me, I'm going to close in the memory of the son of Raphael, and how you say his name, I hope I get it correctly. It's Holotsi, and it's the son of Raphael. His name is Christopher. He was the IT person at the Brisbane school and the Bayshore school. The father was. So that's his son that passed away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Di Giovanni. Councilmember Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Rachel Adia Manapsal, also known as Hadassah. She passed away May 20th at the age of 36. She was a filmmaker, writer, artist, singer, songwriter, and a very good friend of Commissioner Nadia Flamenco. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Courtney Day, who was an employee for 15 years at City Toyota. And so she passed away, lost her life to cancer on May 21st. She was a very good, close friend to our Citizen of the Year last year, Ella Serrato. So to those, I adjourn in their memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. Next, Dr. Rod.
I want to adjourn in memory of three individuals that has sparked a uprising in our nation. I'll begin with Ahmad Marquez Arbery, an unarmed 25-year-old African-American man was fatally shot near Brunswick in Glenn County, Georgia on February 23, 2020 while jogging. Arbery had been pursued and confronted by two white residents who were armed and driving a pickup truck. The death and events following the investigation have sparked debates about the lack of racial equality and have been reported internationally. The second person is Breonna Taylor, is an African-American emergency room technician. Shortly after midnight on March 13, 2020, Louisville police officers executing a search warrant used a battering ram to crash into the apartment. After a brief confrontation, they fired several shots, striking her at least 8 times. Breonna Taylor's would have celebrated her 27th birthday this past Friday on June 6th. And the last one is George Floyd, a 46-year-old Black man who grew up in Houston's 3rd Ward. Floyd emerged as a star tight end for Jack Yates High School and played in the 1992 state championship game in the Houston Astrodome. On May 25th, 2020, Floyd died handcuffed behind his back and prone on a Minneapolis, Minnesota street while a police officer knelt on his neck for almost 9 minutes. Floyd begged for his life and repeatedly said, "I can't breathe." During the final 3 minutes, Floyd was motionless and had no pulse. But the officers ignored onlookers' pleas, and the officer did not remove his neck from Floyd's neck. George Floyd leaves behind a 6-year-old daughter who still lives in Houston with her mother, Roxy Washington. I just wanted to say that this is enough martyrs to have experienced in these past few months, and there's a need for a change. And I just want to say, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rod, for sharing that information. Obviously, it has caused quite a stir within not only here, but throughout the nation. And I'm sure eventually around the world, because internationally folks know of this incident. And it's unfortunate that incident like this happened, but it brings about awareness to us all. So thank you for that. I'd like to close in adjourn memory in honor of a San Francisco Sheriff Deputy, Charles Bangasnan. He was 49 years old and a resident of South San Francisco. Personal friend of mine, a passing of Lieutenant Gary Kagaanan. He was an Oakland native, graduated from Castlemont High School at UC Berkeley, where he earned a bachelor's degree in criminology. While in college, he served as a police aide with Berkeley PD, and he was a counselor at the Alameda County Juvenile Hall before he was hired as a BART police officer in November of 1976. He was highly skilled in martial arts, and he trained under Bruce Lee and remained close to the icon's family after Lee's death. Gary was involved in so much, to including part of the Filipino American Law Enforcement Officers Group, to which he traveled to the Philippines numerous times on an annual basis for a goodwill mission of giving to the national police and teaching them the practices that we do here in the United States. And he is survived by his wife, Robin, son Derek, daughter Natalie, and his sister. The next is Sergeant Stephen Williams of the Moody Police Department. Moody's worked for a Black officer. He worked for over 20 years in law enforcement and was shot and killed in the line of duty while responding to a disturbance at a Super 8 motel on June 2nd. He leaves behind a wife and 3 children. Also acknowledge Sergeant Damon Gusweiler of Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office. Apparently him and his partner, they were ambushed with gunfire and multiple improvised explosive devices in Santa Cruz. He was 38 years old, married with children, and 1 on the way. Lastly, I'd like to close this meeting adjourned to Mr. Mario Cervatos. He is our Daly City Police Chief, Patrick Hensley's father-in-law. So our adjournment goes out to him as well, and condolences to the family. Okay, looks like we have Vice Mayor Manalo. We haven't, you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Vic Francisco. He was born on August 6, 1920, and to May 2nd, 2020. He lived in Daly City from 1965 to 2003. He is survived by his 5 children, Rebecca Hudson, Patricia Viado, Vic Francisco, George Francisco, and Corrine Bossa. 7 grandchildren, Raymond Viado, Chris Francisco, Dominic Francisco, Jessica Shembri, Dina Francisco Madayag, Andrea Morgan, Genevieve Shalaganyan, and lived a very full life with his 13 great-grandchildren, Mahalaya, Jordan, Donovan, EJ, Daron, Cal, Dalen, Azalia, Clark, Yana, Aninaya, and Ailani, and Ilea. Growing up with my close friend, Dina, I remember visiting her just 2 blocks over in Daly City, and at her grandfather's house. And so he raised his 2 grandchildren right in Daly City, who went through Woodrow Wilson, also through Jefferson High School. And so I'd like to adjourn in his memory. And also, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Corrine Yee. Corrine Yee was an employee of 7 Mile House. And just some words, if you knew Corrine, then you knew she was above all an authentic person. The people she loved knew she would always be there for her. She could be trusted to come through on any situation. And I know that she is dearly loved by all that knew her, her family, friends, and coworkers.
Thank you very much. Thank you especially to all the council members who provided the information tonight. I appreciate staff and everyone who has hung in there. I think this has been one of our longest meetings, but you know what? We got things done. And I am so proud and I am so happy for everyone. Mr. Piccolotti, I see you're still there as well. And it's great. And Tatum. So with that being said, And Annette, thank you so much as well. Be safe. We are Daly City Strong. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.